Siemanko, witam wszystkich. Co ja tu miałem robić? Coś tej twierdzy, nie? Przeszukać ją, czy coś takiego? Nie wiem za bardzo, o co to chodzi z tym paskiem takim. Będzie ubywał ten pasek, czy jak? Zobaczymy. Ciekawe, na jakiej zasadzie to w ogóle będzie działało. Status sali reprezentacyjnej. Ciekawe, kurde. Jak to będzie w ogóle ubywało? Nie wiem. Dobra, biorę się za przeszukiwanie terenu. Jeszcze na górę można wchodzić. Tylko do tych górnych drzwi to ja się tu na razie nie dostanę, widzę. Górne koszary. Dobra. No tam faktycznie coś ubywa. Tylko ja nie wiem, czy ja mam się tam wrócić, kurwa?
The Templars who have not fallen to the corruption fight bravely. I pray there's enough of the Order to save.
Enough!
Odnalezieni weterani. Nie wiem, ja się tam chyba muszę wrócić. Nic więcej nie ma. No a tak, jak się będę tam kurwa wracał za każdym razem, to trochę bez sensu.
I hear fighting. We should return to the Great Hall.
Harold, you live. Bless us. I feared you were dead.
Just get to the hall. Barris will explain.
Fight well.
To znaczy, nie wiem, może ja w tym czasie muszę ich znaleźć, kurwa, czy co, czy jaki chuj.
I hear fighting. We should return to the Great Hall.
On your face!
Harold, you live! see you alive, Herald.
Head back to the main hall. We'll meet you there.
Of course.
I hear fighting. We should return to the Great Hall.
Strasznie nie lubię takich kurwa czegoś takiego właśnie w grach. Szczególnie w RPG takich. No gdzie ty kurwa tutaj siedzisz, a nie idziesz na dół? Nie, jeszcze muszę tam wrócić, no bo mi kurwa rozjebią tą salę. A pierdolę.
We should see if the Red Templars have attacked the Great Hall.
To będą co chwilę atakować.
Barris, what's wrong?
Only an injury from the skirmish. Don't trouble yourself.
Dobra, pasuje mi się tam wrócić. Resztę rzeczy pozbierać. No już ten pasek kurwa leci, no. Tylko wyjdę. Ale to akurat jest czas na to, żeby tu pozbierać te graty. Dobra. Czyli jeszcze jednego tego weterana trzeba znaleźć. Kurwa, no wszystko było dobrze w tej grze, gdyby nie te długie loadingi, no. Nie wiem dlaczego one takie są, no kurwa, nie mam pojęcia. Już to połowę czasu traci się kurwa na loadingi tutaj, jak się przechodzi. No złaś tam, kurwa Ja pierdolę. Co za kurwa debil.
Just in time.
How many Red Templars have you fought?
Some broke through to siege the hall. More will come.
Dobra, idę jeszcze tego jednego poszukać.
We'll keep the hall, Harold. Vondraste, show them the light.
Do you hear the fighting? Not all the Templars have been taken by the Red Lyrian. We may still find allies if we move quickly enough.
That thing was Commander Teriel. I can't. Maker. What happened to them?
Regroup with Barris. He'll explain the plan.
Good luck.
Dobra, gdzie to Lyrian jest? Dobijające są te loadingi, naprawdę. Ja jeszcze mógłbym zrozumieć, gdyby one były kurwa na HDD, no ale na SSD to jest do chuja niepodobne.
Well fought.
Chyba jeszcze to Lerium muszę znaleźć. Dobra. Gdzie to Lerium? Może tutaj. Potrzebujesz klucza wielkiego poszukiwacza.
The Elder One wants her dead. Empress Celine. He hates her, haunts her, wants her dead, but hides. Why? He hid other things too.
The Elder One has targeted me.
Perhaps Leliana can discover why he wants Celine's head. This must be the red lyrium the Lord Seeker gave the Templars.
The same kind we saw by the breach. Where did it come from, I wonder?
Here, the untainted lyrium Barris told us about.
We're ready to follow. On your order. One down!
That's all of them. Back to your posts. Right. Keep them off us! We'll break this beast!
Red Templars, coming through the barrier.
End it!
I touched so much of you. But you are selfish with your glory. Now I'm no one.
Dark and desperate. Death to make yourself alive. I used to be like you. I'm not anymore. You shouldn't be either. It's trying to hide.
Silence! What could you gain from being me? Everything.
Herald, Knight Templar Fletcher. Before he died, Sir Barris described how you revealed the demon with Andraste's holy light. We lacked vigilance. Our officers failed us. The rest of the Order was blind. If the Inquisition has use for us, we're ready to hear it.
You need to hear this, to feel the truth in your hearts. I am the will of Our Lady, manifest. I am the Herald of Andraste. She sent me to remind you of your sacred duty. A shield against dark magic. Knights who will end the breach.
Your speech? You speak as divine Justinia may have. But our order is without officers. We must rebuild what the traitors tore down.
Your order is a symbol that holds the people's respect. That cannot die today. We offer you an alliance. Supplies, weapons, grounds to shelter you. All we ask is you help us close the breach.
Templars, do we ally with the Inquisition? This partnership will be celebrated across Thedas. I hope the Inquisition's stronghold is ready.
We'll be ready for anyone willing to throw their hat in with us.
Jedna czwarta czasu spędzonego w tej grze to są kurwa loadingi.
What you found in the captain's quarters means the officers willingly blighted half their nights with red lyrium.
Even before some of them realized the Lord Seeker was replaced by a demon.
Which put us in a position to demand more from our alliance. You should have consulted us first.
The uncorrupted Templars fought against envy. We need them.
An alliance with the Templars was our desired outcome. May we discuss their imminent arrival?
A few dozen veterans are coming ahead of the rest to help seal the breach.
How soon until these veterans arrive?
They're almost here. Templars don't like to be late.
Make
Wait!
I came with you to help. I would have told you before, but you were busy.
That's fine, Cole. You just startled us, appearing out of thin air.
I wasn't air. I was here. You didn't see me. Most people don't until I let them.
Call the guards. This creature is not what you...
A moment, please, Cassandra. I would like to hear why he came.
You help people. You made them safe when they would have died. I want to do that. I can...
Wygląda jak włóczyki z muminków.
Cole saved my life in Therinfall. I couldn't have defeated envy without him.
But what does he want now?
I think he really is trying to help.
I won't be in the way. Tiny, no trouble. No notice taken unless you want them to.
You're not honestly suggesting we give him run of the camp?
Not freely, perhaps, but it seems a waste to... Hold on.
Where did he go?
I'm sure we'll find him somewhere.
Yes, we must make sure of that. I'll have people watch the boy. But let's not be distracted from the breach.
We'll need your help when the Templar veterans arrive. Take time to prepare while you can.
The Inquisition appreciates your assistance in this matter, Corbin.
And my miners appreciate your business. You'll have your lyrium by the end of the week. I should tell you, Ambassador, the Chantry raised some fuss when they learned about our arrangement.
The Inquisition must certainly seem an audacious idea.
Make a Roger.
Sacred.
You find anything we need? Let me know.
Good day to you.
Smithing is hot work.
Kurwa, gdzie tu jeszcze coś jest?
Blessed are the righteous, the lights in the shadow.
Were the Templars ever unfolded?
The Inquisition appreciates your assistance in this matter. Corbin.
And my miners appreciate it.
Let us begin. At your service. At your service.
My scouts still comb the hills for clues about the explosion. I'll take what I can find.
Templars!
Focus past the Herald. Let his will draw from you.
You did it. Solus confirms the heavens are scarred but calm. The breach is sealed. We've reports of lingering rifts, and many questions remain. But this was a victory. Word of your heroism has spread.
You know how many were involved. Luck put me at the center.
A strange kind of luck. I'm not sure if we need more or less. But you're right. This was a victory of Alliance. One of the few in recent memory. With the breach closed, that alliance will need new focus.
Forces approaching! To arms!
What the... We must get to the gates!
This bodes poorly.
I knew it was too easy.
Cullen?
One watchguard reporting. It's a massive force, the bulk over the mountain.
Under what banner?
None.
None?
If someone could open this, I'd appreciate it.
I'm here to warn you. Fashionably late, I'm afraid. Might exhausted. Don't mind me. There you are. I came to tell you what happened with the mages at Redcliffe. You're not going to like it. They are under the command of the Venatori, in service to something called the Elder One. The woman is Calpurnia. She commands the Venatori. To that, the Elder One. They were already marching on Haven. I risked my life to get here first.
Cullen, give me a plan. Anything.
Haven is no fortress. If we are to withstand this monster, we must control the battle. Get out there and hit that force. Use everything you can. Soldiers, gather the villagers! Fortify and watch for advanced forces! Inquisition! With the Herald! For your lives! For all of us!
trebuchet. It isn't firing.
This way. We must get this trebuchet firing. Time. Through the trebuchet. Start firing.
Siemanko, Krzysztof, witam. A, jak jebnie. Chyba odwrót. Albo smok.
We can't face it here. We have to do something.
Everyone to the gates.
Dawaj, napierdalamy. Jak nie możemy się z nim zmierzyć, co? On nie chce siąść pewnie.
Move it! Move it! We need everyone back to the Chantry. It's the only building that might hold against that beast. At this point, just make them work for it.
Haven must evacuate to the Chantry!
Good work, Harold. Protect the Chantry.
A tak fajnie przytulnie to było. Chciałem znowu, Krzysiek, odświeżyć czat, bo nie widziałem twoich następnych 2 wiadomości. Ja nie wiem, kurwa, no. Pierdolce, jak się z tym dostać. Siekierką w czółko i jest spokój.
Hear that?
Someone help me! About time. Let me out of here.
Ja nie wiem, co się na tym YouTubie dzieje, nie mam pojęcia. Kurwa, tragedia.
Hear that?
Let's have it, Savinta!
Kogoś tu jeszcze trzeba uratować?
A survivor!
I knew you'd come. We are blessed.
Another dead!
Dobra, tyle. No, i tak cały czas jest, bez przerwy. No nie masakra.
Move! Keep going! The chantry is your shelter!
A brave man. He stood against a Venatori.
Briefly, I am no Templar.
Herald, our position is not good. That dragon stole back any time you might have earned us. There has been no communication, no demands. Only advance after advance.
There was no bargaining with the mages either. This Elder One takes what it wants. From what I gathered in Redcliffe, it marched all of this way to take your herald.
If it will save these people, he can have me.
An assassin might take you up on that, but this force has not seemed concerned about specifics. And such a promising start with the landslide. If only trebuchets remained an option.
They are. If we turn the last of them to the mountains above us.
We're overrun. To hit the enemy, we'd bury Haven.
This is not survivable now. The only choice left is how spitefully we end this.
Well, that's not acceptable. I didn't race here only to have you drop rocks on my head.
Should we submit? Let him kill us?
Dying is typically a last resort, not first. For a Templar, you think like a blood mage.
There is a path. You wouldn't know it was there unless you'd made the summer pilgrimage, as I have. The people can escape. She must have shown me. Andraste must have shown me so I could tell you.
What about it, Cullen? Will it work?
Possibly, if he shows us the path. But what of your escape?
Perhaps you can surprise the Elder One.
Inquisition! Follow Chancellor Roderick through the Chantry. Move!
Herald, if you are meant for this, if the Inquisition is meant for this, I pray for you.
They'll load the trebuchets. Keep the Elder One's attention until we're above the tree line. If we are to have a chance, if you are to have a chance, let that thing hear you.
If there's one thing I know, it's how to get an asshole's attention.
Wygląda jakby na miotle leciał.
suggest we aim this machine as quickly as possible.
Reinforcements!
Be ready. More coming our way.
Everyone ready? The warriors!
Fiona? To się ten smok tak nazywa? To bardziej smoczyca chyba. Ale które muszę trafić w smoka, to trzeba być przechujem.
Move. Now!
No to mi przypomina jakiegoś gościa z filmu, tylko nie pamiętam z którego filmu. No to mi przypomina z jakiegoś filmu właśnie jakąś postać. Po tym webie. To nie mogę sobie skojarzyć z jakiego.
Enough!
No trebuszem w smoka trafić to... To tak jak złapać komara za jaja w rękawicy bokserskiej.
Whatever you are, I'm not afraid.
Words mortals often hurl at the darkness. Once they were mine, they are always lies. Know me. Know what you have pretended to be.
Przez Arnolda?
Exalt the Elder One. The will that
On mi się kurde właśnie z czymś kojarzy, tylko nie mogę sobie przypomnieć z czym. Praktycznie idealnie z twarzy.
Tell me why you've done this. Make me understand.
Your understanding is not required. If you gain it, consider yourself blessed. I am here for the anchor. The process of removing it begins now.
Kotwicę.
It is your fault, Herald. You interrupted a ritual years in the planning, and instead of dying, you stole its purpose. I do not know how you survived, but what marks you as touched, what you flail at rifts, I crafted to assault the very heavens. And you used the anchor to undo my work. The gore.
It's a boon from Andraste. She saved my life.
Then your lady wished me to kill you, for her boon is a beacon I cannot let escape. I once breached the Fade in the name of another to serve the old gods of the Empire in person. I found only chaos and corruption, dead whispers. For 1,000 years I was confused, no more. I have gathered the will to return under no name but my own, to champion Wither to Winter and correct this blighted world. Beg that I succeed, for I have seen the throne of the gods, and it was empty. The anchor is permanent. You have spoilt it with your stumbling. So be it. I will begin again. Find another way to give this world the nation and God it requires. And you, I will not suffer even an unknowing rival. You must die.
You expect us to surrender and kneel. We will not. You'll face us all. When we choose.
To nie planował w smoka trafić. W swym sercu gorzeć będzie. Stęki jęki? Stęki jęki. Ja nas to wyjebało. Wyjebało nas na 6. Pacerkiem se idzie. Ma wyjebane, nie chce mu się biegać. No, teraz dopiero. Ruszył z buta, ale to tak wolnym kroczkiem. Dokładnie. Pośpiech nie jest wskazany. O, a tu coś nowego. No ale to... Mam jeszcze inne. Mi się wjebało na skilla mojego. To tak nie był die. Dlaczego? O. No dobra. Fajnie, tylko że... To nie tak. Nie tędy droga. O, to tam nie będzie. To będzie fajnie. O, ci się chyba zawiesili trochę, kurwa, w czasoprzestrzeni. Dzień dobry. Kapkę wieje. I wilki jakieś słychać. A taki fajny azyl byłem. Taki fajny azyl miałem. A ja coś tak podejrzewałem, że coś tu może jebnąć w tym azylu. Wcześniej czy później. No i jebło.
Embers. Recent.
Panie, ty i tak nie jesteś demonem prędkości, ale kurwa w takim tempie, jak ty będziesz miał gdzieś dojść, to ja pierdolę.
It's him!
Thank the Maker!
Co to, laguje YouTube? Bo widzę, że tutaj zaczęło mi lagować na podglądzie. Masakra, kurwa, no. Ła, a co to za zwierzątka? Cały czas laguje.
And who put you in charge? We need a consensus or we have nothing.
Please, we must use reason. Without the infrastructure of the Inquisition, we're hobbled.
I can't come from nowhere.
She didn't
Bo
say
mi tu na
good.
podglądzie coś zaczęło lagować.
This is getting us nowhere.
Well, we're agreed on that much.
Shh. You need rest.
They've been at it for hours.
They have that luxury thanks to you. The enemy could not follow, and with time to doubt, we turn to blame. Infighting may threaten as much as this Corypheus.
Do we know where Corypheus and his forces are?
We are not sure where we are, which may be why, despite the numbers he still commands, there is no sign of him. That, or you are believed dead. Or without Haven, we are thought helpless. Or he girds for another attack. I cannot claim to know the mind of that creature, only his effect on us.
If they're arguing about what we do next, I need to be there.
Another heated voice won't help, even yours, perhaps especially yours. Our leaders struggle because of what we survivors witnessed. We saw our defender stand and fall. And now we have seen him return. The more the enemy is beyond us, the more miraculous your actions appear, and the more our trials seem ordained. That is hard to accept, no? What we have been called to endure, what we perhaps must come to believe.
I escaped the avalanche. Barely, perhaps, but I didn't die.
Of course, and the dead cannot return from across the veil. But the people know what they saw. Or perhaps what they needed to see. The Maker works both in the moment and in how it is remembered. Can we truly know the heavens are not with us?
You saw Corypheus? What do you think of his claims of assaulting the heavens?
Scripture says magisters, divinter servants of false-souled gods, entered the Fade to reach the Golden City, seat of the Maker. For their crime, they were cast out as darkspawn. Their hubris is why we suffer blight, and why the Maker turned from us. If such is the claim of this Corypheus, he is a monster beyond imagining. All mankind continues to suffer for that sin. If even a shred of it is true, all the more reason Andraste would choose someone to rise against him.
Mother Giselle, I just don't see how what I believe matters. Lies or not, Corypheus is a real physical threat. We can't match that with hope alone.
Shadows fall and hope has fled. Still your heart, the dawn will come. The night is long and the path is dark. Look to the sky, for one day soon the dawn will come.
The shepherd's lost, and his home is far. Keep to the stars, the dawn will come.
To za jasełka.
And the path is dark. Look to the sky. One day soon, the dawn will come. Lay your blade and raise it high. Stand your ground. The dawn will come. The
An army needs more than an enemy. It needs a cause.
A word. A wise woman, worth heeding. Her kind understand the moments that unify a cause. Or fracture it. The orb Corypheus carried, the power he used against you, it is elven.
Corypheus used the orb to open the breach. Unlocking it must have caused the explosion that destroyed the Conclave. I do not yet know how Corypheus survived, nor am I certain how people will react when they learn of the orb's origin.
All right. What is it, and how do you know about it?
They were foci, used to channel ancient magics. I have seen such things in the Fade, old memories of older magic. Corypheus may think it Tevinter. His empire's magic was built on the bones of my people. Knowing or not, he risks our alliance. I cannot allow it.
This whole mess is confusing. I can see how elves might be an easy target.
History would agree. But there are steps we can take to prevent such a distraction.
To jest. No coś... Ewidentnie coś się zjebało. Kurwa mać. Coś jest nie tak. Coś ich się zjebało, no. Ale co, to nie wiem. Idę tak jeszcze z pół godzinki, idę jakąś kolacyjkę zjeść. Tradycyjnie. Coś ich ojebać. Tylko teraz, kurwa, mam nadzieję, że jakiś autosave tam się zrobił. Trzeba zjeść jaką kanapeczkę. Autozapis 17:13, oż kurwa. O ja pierdolę.
There! It's him!
Thank the Maker.
Dobra, dawać kurwa dalej. Ja pierdolę.
They have that luxury thanks to you. The enemy could not follow.
No.
And
Przyspieszaj, kurwa, no.
To blame. That, or you are believed dead. Or without Haven, we are thought helpless. Or he girls for another attack. The more the enemy is beyond us, the more miraculous your actions appear, and the more our trials seem ordained. Of course, and the dead cannot return from across the veil. But the people know what they saw.
Coś tu jest popierdolone w tym obozie. Mam nadzieję, że teraz kurwa pójdzie do przodu. Gdybym miał to jeszcze raz powtórzyć, to pierdolę. Trzeba śpiewać, kurwa. No, nie da się tego przyspieszyć w żaden sposób. Pierdolę.
Look to the sky for one day soon.
Przecież zawsze można było kurwa wszystko przyspieszyć do kurwy nędzy, no. Jak mi się znowu zawiesi w tamtym miejscu, to ja nie będę tego po raz kolejny kurwa oglądał, tylko wypierdolę to z dysku. No i chuj. Ja pierdolę. No chuj, dobra, pośpiewane, dawać tam dalej.
An army needs more than an enemy.
Corypheus used the orb to open the breach. Unlocking it must have caused the explosion that destroyed the conclave.
They were foci, used to channel ancient magics. I have seen such things in the Fade, old memories of older magic. History would agree, but there are steps we can take to prevent such a distraction.
No znowu, kurwa, co jest? No ja pierdolę, no i co? I nie pójdzie dalej. No on tam jest, no ale kurwa... Żebym ja mógł jakoś, nie wiem, no zrobić save'a, kurwa, czy coś, no. Nie widzę nic. No i co, no? Nie wiem, spróbuję jakoś biec do przodu, może gdzieś jakiegoś autosave'a, kurwa, wyłapię i spróbuję wtedy wczytać. Może jakieś rozwiązanie jest na necie do tego. Ja pierdolę, no. Coś tam piszą, żeby przy rozmowie z Solasem być w trybie okienkowym. Kurwa mać. Tylko, że no to teraz co? Nie wiem, czy gdzieś... Gdyby mi gdzieś tego save'a załapało, chociaż tyle, to... By tam zrobiło gdzieś autosave'a. To ja próbuję grę wyłączyć. To na chwilę załapało ekran. No i ale co z tego, jak kurwa wyłączył? Ja pierdolę, no jak to zrobić? Może ustawię tryb okienkowy, dam jakąś rozdzielczość małą. Jak próbuję wyłączyć grę, to załapuję na chwilę, ale chuj, no jak ja już wiesz, daję zamknij okienko, no to już po wtokach, nie? Nie wiem. Ja nie mam pojęcia, wiesz? Dlaczego? Co jest powodem? Ale dużo osób tak ma z tego, co ja widzę. Czekaj. Bo tam kilka osób o tym pisało. Okno. Dobra. Okej. I teraz spróbuję w takim trybie przejść przez tą scenkę. No, dalej nie... Autosave nie zapisał, kurwa. To jest ten mój zapis. A zaraz, jeszcze popatrzę, czy można na przykład jakoś czasowo ustawić autozapis. Bo w niektórych grach wiem, że się da. No tutaj. Rozgrywka. Wrażenie trwa. Nie. Raczej chyba nie. Chuj, trzeba spróbować tak. A jak nie, no to nie wiem, nie mam pojęcia. Jeżeli to nie pomoże. Ale niby tryb okienkowy pomaga, jak będzie. No i znowu, kurwa, te śpiewy, to wszystko, ja pierdolę.
Infighting.
No, teraz da się przyspieszać przynajmniej.
The more the enemy is beyond us, the
Bo
more
przedtem coś nawet
miraculous
z
your
przyspieszaniem, bo... A nie, teraz nie.
and the more our trials seem ordained. Of course, and the dead cannot return from across the veil. But the people know what they saw. Scripture says magisters to vinter.
Siema, Feniks. No bo kurwa, ty jest problem, wiesz, bo nie mogę jednej tej cutscenki przejść. Biały ekran się pojawia i szukam rozwiązania na to. Ale widzę, że kilka osób takie coś ma. Tam ktoś napisał, żeby spróbować to przejść w trybie okienkowym i później wrócić z powrotem do full screena, że to może pomóc. Ale jak będzie, to chuj wie. I teraz będzie jasełka jeszcze. W międzyczasie nie załapuje mi autosave'a, bo jakby tam jeszcze jakiś autosave się zrobił, to by można było od tamtego momentu startować, ale kurwa, no nie robi autosave'a tam żadnego. A po takich cutscenkach powinny być robione. Ja nawet choćbym chciał zrobić save'a, no to nie jestem w stanie, no bo ja nic nie widzę tam. Chyba, że quick save'a może. Tylko nie wiem, jak się tu quick save'a robi, musiałbym sprawdzić, czy w ogóle są quick save'y. Powinny być chyba. O, quick save'y zapomniałem. Tylko teraz to i tak chuj nie zobaczę w sterowaniu. Tam normalnie to zazwyczaj jest pod F6 chyba, nie? Quick save. W którym... No to różnie. Kurwa, no pasowałoby, żeby to poszło dalej. F5. Po tej scenie właśnie, no. Po tej scenie coś się...
History would agree, but there are steps we can take to prevent such a distraction.
Tak, o, taki biały ekran się robi i chuj, nie można nic więcej zrobić. No i tyle, no nie zrobię nic więcej. No jest kurwa problem. A zminimalizuję. O! Ty, ale... Na podglądzie mi przez chwilę załapało, jak zminimalizowałem. Ale jak wracam, to nie ma. Ty, kurwa, no to... Co tu się... No bo ja nie widzę... Ja pierdolę, co tu jest? Co tu się dzieje? No ale ja nie widzę obrazu. Czekaj. Ile jest? No patrz, no nie będzie, kurwa, no. O! Naprawiłem, kurwa, dobra. Bo tam jeszcze ktoś pisał, żeby zrobić bardzo malutkie okienko. Jak jest w trybie właśnie tego okna. I później rozciągnąć. Ty ludzie, kurwa, na wszystko znajdą rozwiązanie. Umieraj ze słuchu. Teraz jeszcze muszę rozdzielczość zmienić.
There is a place that waits for a force to hold it. There is a place where the Inquisition can build, grow.
Ale jak coś, to już wiadomo, jak to naprawić. O, będzie nowa twierdza. To tutaj mi nie najebią. Jest tam azyl, widzę, nowy. Podniebna twierdza. No proszę, proszę. Ładnie, no. Zaraz rozdzielczość poprawię. Jak się skończy ta cutscenka, zrobię save'a. W razie W, jakby się znowu miało zjebać.
They arrive daily from every settlement in the region. Skyhold is becoming a pilgrimage. If word has reached these people, it will have reached the Elder One. We have the walls and numbers to put up a fight here, but this threat is far beyond the war we anticipated. But we now know what allowed you to stand against Corypheus. What drew him to you?
This all began with Andraste's blessing. It was that simple.
Yet did her blessing grant you worthiness? Or was it given because you were already
Dobra, później se kurwa pogadamy, no bo ja chcę sobie zmienić rozdzielczość.
Let us heal the sky. Your determination
Na rozmowę przyjdzie czas.
You are the creature's rival
Teraz będą
because of
pierdolić
what
3 dni.
you did. And we know it. All of us. The Inquisition requires a leader. The one who has already been leading it.
Brawo! No. Siema, Kali, witam.
You.
I have tried to serve faithfully, to understand the burden I was meant to carry.
That is always a struggle.
You're not sure about this?
There's no faith without doubt. Yet I believe this is the only path before us. There would be no Inquisition without you. How it will serve, how you lead, that must be yours to decide.
I will restore what Corypheus could never destroy. I am but a servant of the light. The Inquisition belongs to the faithful.
Wherever you lead us.
Have our people been told?
They have.
and soon the world. Commander, will they follow?
Inquisition, will you follow? Will you fight? Will we triumph? Your leader, your herald.
Trochę w tym ubranku wygląda jakby z tego, ze Star Treka był, nie? I tak podobnie byli ubrani tam. Nie wiem, czy to Excalibur. Bardziej mi to na jakiś taki smoczy miecz wygląda. No już. Można kurwa zmienić tą rozdzielczość. Później se pogadacie. Tak, trzeba odbudować, no. Tu lekki burdel jest.
So this is where it begins.
Tu się
It
wszystko
began in
zacznie.
the courtyard. This is where we turned that promise into action.
But what do we do? We know nothing about this Corypheus except that he wanted your mark.
Corypheus wants to restore to Winter. Is this a prelude to war with the Imperium?
I get the feeling we're dealing with extremists, not the vanguard of a true invasion.
Though they would
Nie,
shed
kurwa.
no tears.
Nie będzie tak, wkurwia mnie to. Nie będzie. Mamy mnie chuj zaraz strzeli, no. W gnieździe? W jakim gnieździe? A to mówi, że Hellfire. Znaczy to tam krowia zbroja chyba jest, ale ja wiem, czy ona jest najlepsza. Te unika takie później, co się kupuje, a już nie pamiętam zresztą. Tylko tak, bo żebym ja później mógł sobie właśnie to zrobić, tak jak chcę. Dobra. Okej, bo jak na przykład dam Alt Enter, czy ja będę w stanie... Będę, tak? To zmniejszyć. Będę, okej, dobra. Zostawimy tak jak jest. Teraz się kurwa autozapis zrobił. Teraz. Teraz to mnie w dupę pocałujcie. To chyba taka krowia zbroja jest, z tego co ja pamiętam. Właśnie jak się to Hellfire ukończy. Znaczy ten gości tam daje, to taka właśnie za krowę przebrany koleś, nie? Czy daje tą bombę, żeby tam wejść do tego gniazda. No to działa ci Hellfire. Nie wiem, który raz ja już będę tych jasełek tutaj słuchał.
There! It's him!
Thank the Maker.
A w sumie wiesz co, Diablo 1 to czy ono jest po polsku czy nie, to tam jest kurwa tyle tych dialogów, że to wiesz. I tak spolszczenie w sumie do tej gry to się pojawiło jakiś czas temu. Ten dubbing też zrobili też w sumie niedawno. Nie no, spolszczenie było trochę, ale ja to pamiętam, grałem właśnie w angielską wersję jedynki. Ja nawet nie wiem, czy ja przechodziłem kiedykolwiek polską wersję Diablo 1 tym spolszczeniem. Nie przypominam sobie. Zawsze po angielsku grałem w to.
Infighting may threaten as the more the enemy is beyond us, the more miraculous your actions appear, and the more our trials seem ordained. Of course, and the dead cannot return from across the veil.
No coś to spolszczenie tam psuje widocznie.
Scripture says magisters to vinter.
Tam to pośpiewamy.
Shadows fall and hope has fled. Still your heart, the dawn will come. The night is long and the path is dark. Look to the sky, for one day soon the dawn will come.
No, tam wiesz, dialogów nie ma też za dużo. Te opisy przedmiotów też nie są skomplikowane. To jest właśnie taki prosty angielski tam w tej grze. Idzie to łatwo wszystko wykminić. Na pamięć się nauczył, no. Będziemy śpiewać razem z nimi. Będziemy sobie śpiewać razem z nimi tą pioseneczkę. To będę za chwilę z tym gadał. Mówimy tak, takie malutkie okienko wtedy, tak. Taka metoda to była, robienia tego, nie?
An army needs more than an enemy. It needs a cause.
Żeby to zrobić.
A word.
All right.
History would agree.
Tutaj
But there are
trzeba było...
steps we can take to prevent such a distraction.
O. No i zajebiście.
By attacking the Inquisition, Corypheus has changed it. Changed you. Scout to the north.
Czyli w taki sposób trzeba to naprawiać. No, teraz przynajmniej normalnie to wygląda wszystko.
There is a place where the Inquisition can build, grow.
No, fajna ta twierdza, jest zajebista. Ciekawe, czy będzie można cofnąć się do tego azylu tam swojego. Popatrzeć, co tam się działo. Znaczy, co tam się stało. Zobaczymy. Może się da. No bo tam w tych podziemiach właśnie były te lochy, nie? Co jak się nie gra łotrzykiem, no to się tego nie otworzy. Ale może teraz da się tam całą drużyną pójść i łotrzykiem pootwierać te kraty tam w więzieniach, bo tam były jakieś... Widziałem listy, jest skrzynia. Może wtedy nie mogłem tego otworzyć, nie będąc łotrzykiem. Bo do tego... No... Kurwa, do tej twierdzy to się wchodziło tylko głównym bohaterem. Czy w ogóle tam po tym azylu to się biegało tylko głównym bohaterem? Tyle się tej piosenki nasłuchałem, że aż zgłodniałem. Niech oni skończą już pierdolić i dać coś zjeść.
Skyhold is becoming a pilgrimage. If word has reached these people, it will have reached the Elder One. We have the walls and numbers to put up a fight here, but this threat is far beyond the war we anticipated. But we now know what allowed you to stand against Corypheus, what drew him to you.
This all began with Andraste's blessing. It was that simple.
Yet did her blessing grant you worthiness? Or was it given because you were already worthy? Your decisions let us heal the sky. Your determination
Zaraz co zjem, bo muszę antybiotyk wziąć. To już ostatni dzisiaj.
rival because of what you did. And we know it. All of us.
Jeszcze bym na grzyby chciał wyskoczyć. Poszukać wodnichy późnej, bo ona już się pojawiła. Zajebisty grzybek. Jeden kurwa ze smaczniejszych grzybów. W tamtym roku trochę ją zbierałem. Też tak gdzieś właśnie byłem. No, listopad, październik, gdzieś w połowie października ja wtedy byłem. Znaczy tego, listopad, połowa listopada. Jakoś tak. No gdzieś teraz w każdym razie. Ona już jest. No wodnica zajebista jest. Prawda, mały grzybek, trzeba tego w chuj nazbierać. Bo to takie malutkie grzybki są, ale są zajebiście smaczne. Na masełku, na patelni trochę soli, kurwa, klasa.
I will restore what Corypheus could never destroy. I am but a servant of the light. The Inquisition belongs to the faithful.
Wherever you lead us.
No i gąsek pewnie jeszcze coś bym wyłapał. Dlatego tak ostatni raz już planuję w tym roku wyskoczyć i porobić to, co uzbierałem już do słoików, wiesz? Bo mam pomrożone przygotowane. Tam borowyki mam osobno, gąski mam osobno i takie mieszane tam, wiesz, podgrzybki, jakieś tam maślaczki, nie? Też osobno do słoiczków. Także 3 zalewy będę robił. A może jeszcze do któregoś słoiczka dorzucę ostrą papryczkę tych grzybków. W tamtym roku miałem tak zrobić i zapomniałem.
So this is where it begins.
It began in the courtyard. This is where we turned that promise into action.
But what do we do? We know nothing about this Corypheus except that he wanted your mark.
Pewnie koło 30 słoiczków będzie, bo ja tak więcej nie robię, bo nie ma sensu. Ja i tak, kurwa, połowę rozdaję. Zawsze komuś z rodziny, czy tam znajomym.
Winter is not
Zawsze
the
więcej
Imperium of
rozdam, jak
1000
zjem.
years ago. What Corypheus yearns to restore no longer exists.
Nie, ja tak jedną
Would shed
papryczkę na
no
słoik,
tears
wiesz?
if the South fell to chaos.
Na
I'm
słoiczek.
Corypheus said he wanted to enter the Black City, that this would make him a god.
He is willing to tear this world apart to reach the next. It won't matter if he's wrong.
What if he's not wrong? If he finds some other way into the Fade?
Then he gains the power he seeks, or unleashes catastrophe on us
No,
all.
bo ja wiesz, porobię borowiki, nie? No to borowiki będę miał na sos tatarski, bo lubię z nich zrobić właśnie sosu tatarskiego. To na święta trochę zrobię.
Mean the beginning of another blight.
I później, kurwa, czasem zjem ten słoiczek jeszcze jakiś, wiesz, tych grzybków gąsek czy coś. Tak jak mówię, większość rozdam, nie?
Whatever it is, it's
Ja i tak co
dangerous.
roku.
Commanding such a creature gives Corypheus an advantage we can't ignore.
Trochę kani mam jeszcze zamrożonych. Kapeluszy na schabowe.
Skyhold has the bones to withstand Corypheus. After what you did with one trebuchet, I'd bet against direct attack.
We do have one advantage. We
A jak
know what
wodnichy więcej nazbieram, to
Corypheus
sos jakiś zrobię dobry.
When you were at Therenfall, you uncovered a plot to kill
Do
Empress
jakiejś
Cyrilla.
karkóweczki czy coś.
Imagine the
Zajebista
chaos
sprawa. Albo do
that
żeberek.
would cause. With his
Ostatnio
army,
robiłem właśnie żeberka z tym, bo robiłem sos z płachetki, nie? Też zajebisty grzebek, też blaszkowy.
conquer the entire
W sumie
south
blaszkowe
of
grzyby
Vegas,
są
God
najsmaczniejsze,
or
tak
no
prawdę
God.
mówiąc. To są najlepsze grzyby,
I'd feel better if we knew more about what
jeżeli
we
chodzi
were
o walory
dealing with.
smakowe.
I know someone who can help with that. Everyone acting all inspirational jogged my
I robiłem
memory,
właśnie
so
żeberka.
I
Najpierw,
sent a message
wiesz, ugotowałem do
to an old
miękkości, później poddusiłem jeszcze w tym sosie właśnie.
Corypheus before and
Z
may know
płachetki,
more about
zajebiste
what he's
były.
doing. He can help.
A teraz może bym na święta zrobił właśnie, jak będę miał wodnichę, to bym zrobił jakiś, wiesz, jakąś karkóweczkę w tym sosie.
Parading around might cause a fuss. It's better for you to meet privately on the battlements.
Aha, sarniak sosnowy, no.
It's complicated.
Do 2014 były pod ochroną.
Well, then, we stand ready to move on both of these concerns.
Też tak w formie schabowego. To ostatnio robiłem, to ci powiem, że w pytę.
has brought who I think he has. Cassandra is
Dużo
going to
smaczniejszy
kill
od kani. Naprawdę dużo. Tak, on jest w ogóle taki mięsisty, fajny. Sarniaczek jest zajebisty. No co, trzeba będzie odbudować ten burdel cały, nie? Roboty mamy, moi drodzy. Wahaha. Będzie się działo. Ale to jak coś zjem. Ja najpierw muszę coś zjeść, bo ja zgłodniałem od śpiewania tych jasełek w tym obozie. Bo żeśmy się prawie na pamięć nauczyli tej piosenki. Daję radę, no. Dobra, ja wracam za jakieś pół godzinki. To do później. Dzięki, Krzychu. Już jestem. Z powrotem. To co, trzeba się tu ogarnąć w temacie. Co tu się w ogóle porobiło? Co my tu mamy? Szybka podróż. Kazamaty. Kazamaty. No dobra. Odszukaj Salenara, odszukaj Kowala. Znalezione łoże. O, ta się już urządziła.
I've made some inquiries into the Imperial Court. The sooner we deal with the threats to the Empress, the better. The political situation in the Empire is dangerously unstable. It will complicate matters.
Everything in the Empire complicates matters. It's the Orlesian national pastime.
Turn your nose up at the grand game if you like, Commander, but we play for the highest stakes, and to the death. The Court's disapproval can be as great a threat as the Venatori. We must be vigilant to avert disaster.
Don't worry, Josephine. We'll protect the Empress, no matter what.
I pray you're right. If the hints from Therinfor are to be believed, we are all in terrible danger. Orlais holds Tevinter at bay. All of Tedas could be lost if the Empire falls to Corypheus.
Damy radę.
Selene is holding
Najebiemy
peace talks
wszystkim.
under the auspices of a grand masquerade. Every power in
Będzie
Orlais
fajnie.
will be there. It's the perfect place for an assassin to hide.
Does Celine know about the threats against her? Can we send word?
I've sent messages to the Empress, but it's impossible to know if she's received them. I'll arrange for an invitation at your discretion, Inquisitor. Inquisitor, I was just inspecting our new headquarters. Foundation cracks, nesting animals, and miles from any centers of civilization. The staff must make it presentable if we're to receive any visitors of distinction.
The people coming know we just survived Corypheus and a dragon.
And they must be confident we are able to do so again. The Templars came far to fight with us. They need to feel secure here.
Do you not feel safe here?
I've had difficulty forgetting Corypheus's attack on Haven. Do you know who first leapt to arms? Our workers. They were so proud of our cause. Corypheus simply cut them down. So much screaming after that first blast of fire. So many people turned to ash.
We lost far too many good people to that monster.
I'm sure they'll find rest with the Maker. Well, before I return to my duties, allow me to congratulate you on your appointment as Inquisitor, my lord. I will now bring diplomatic issues to your attention, and I'm more than happy to help with any situations that arise.
You don't have to be so formal just because I'm Inquisitor now, Josephine.
Our allies and guests should see you treated with every courtesy, Inquisitor, especially considering the newness of your office. Fortunately, after your courage at Haven, it's no difficult task to do so.
Tutaj narada wojenna, dobra, to na razie nie. I tutaj będzie sala narad. Kazamaty.
Now, what did they make down here, and what can I make?
Co to za miecz ja zdobyłem? Co to oni mi dali ciekawego? Nie wiem. Tutaj mamy teraz kowala, tak? O, modyfikacja bazy. O. To można sobie przebarwiać, spoko. Kurwa z tym kaszlem, no.
I've walked away from too many burning buildings for one lifetime. This place, though, it'll be alright. It's Inquisitor now, isn't it? That'll take some getting used to.
Everyone needs time for this transition.
Time won't help. Purpose does. And I got a load of it. Everyone just got a big, hard reason to hate Corypheus. And we already did, but we didn't have a name. You're the surprise, not him.
We left in a hurry, but you got into your old place. Save anything?
Family hammer. It's as stupid as it sounds. It's good to be back at work.
How's this place shaping up as a forge?
Better than Haven ever could be. Not the way I wanted an upgrade, but ever forward.
Have you any thoughts about the people we lost at Haven?
Shame about a darn. Experience like that, you can't just find. I never understood Manave. My fault, probably. The rest of us go on. It's what we have to do. You gave us the chance. Thanks for that.
You've got it all up and running?
Your basics, like always. There's space here for, I don't know what. This place was built for something big. It'll be a job to fill it.
I'll be back later.
I'll be here.
No i fajnie. Tu pewnie można graty przetrzymywać. Trzeba by ten burdel tu ogarnąć trochę. O kurwa. Nie przejdziemy.
was this place? So much room for whatever was here.
Inquisitor.
I'd like to know more about you, Solus.
Why?
You're an apostate, yet you risked your freedom to help the Inquisition.
Not the wisest course of action when framed that way.
I appreciate the work you're doing, Solus. I just wanted to know more about you.
I am sorry. With so much fear in the air. What would you know of me?
What made you start studying the Fade?
I grew up in a village to the north. There was little to interest a young man, especially one gifted with magic. But as I slept, spirits of the Fade showed me glimpses of wonders I had never imagined. I treasured my dreams. Being awake, out of the Fade, became troublesome.
Did spirits try to tempt you?
No more than a brightly colored fruit is deliberately tempting you to eat it. I learned how to defend myself from more aggressive spirits, and how to interact safely with the rest. I learned how to control my dreams with full consciousness. There was so much I wanted to explore.
I gather you didn't spend your entire life dreaming.
No. Eventually, I was unable to find new areas in the Fade.
Why?
2 reasons. First, the Fade reflects the world around it. Unless I traveled, I would never find anything new. Second, the Fade reflects and is limited by our imaginations. To find interesting areas, one must be interesting.
Is this why you joined the Inquisition?
I joined the Inquisition because we were all in terrible danger. If Corypheus destroyed the world, I would have nowhere to lay my head while dreaming of the Fade.
I wish you luck.
Thank you. In truth, I've enjoyed experiencing more of life to find more of the Fade.
How so?
You strengthen your body to deliver and withstand punishment. The muscles are an enjoyable side benefit. You have chosen a path whose steps you do not dislike because it leads to a destination you enjoy. As have I.
You said you traveled to many different places.
This world, or its memory, is reflected in the Fade. Dream in ancient ruins, and you may see a city lost to history. Some of my fondest memories were found in crumbling cities, long picked dry by treasure seekers, the best of the battlefields. Spirits press so tightly on the veil that you can slip across with but a thought.
Any place in particular?
I dreamt at Ostagar. I witnessed the brutality of the Darkspawn and the valor of the Ferelden warriors. I saw Alistair and the hero Ferelden light the signal fire, and Logain's infamous betrayal of Kaelin's forces.
I've heard the stories. It would be interesting to hear what it was really like.
That's just it. In the Fade, I see reflections created by spirits who react to the emotions of the warriors. One moment, I see heroic wardens lighting the fire, and a power-mad villain sneering as he lets King Kaelin fall. The next, I see an army overwhelmed and a veteran commander refusing to let more soldiers die in a lost cause.
You can't tell which is real.
It is the Fade. They are all real.
Have you always traveled and studied alone?
Not at all. I have built many lasting friendships. Spirits of wisdom, possessed of ancient knowledge, happy to share what they had seen. Spirits of purpose helped me search. Even wisps, curious and playful, would point out treasures I might have missed.
I don't know of any spirits by those names.
They rarely seek this world. When they do, their natures do not often survive exposure to the people they encounter. Wisdom and purpose are too easily twisted to pride and desire.
You're saying that you became friends with Pride and Desire demons?
They were not demons for me.
Meaning?
The Fade reflects the minds of the living. If you expect a spirit of wisdom to be a pride demon, it will adapt. And if your mind is free of corrupting influences, if you understand the nature of the spirit, they can be fast friends.
I'm impressed that you could become friends with spirits.
Anyone who can dream has the potential. Few ever try. My friends comforted me in grief and shared my joy. Yet, because they exist without form, as we understand it, the Chantry declares that spirits are not truly people. Is Cassandra defined by her cheekbones and not her faith? Varric by his chest hair and not his wit?
I hadn't thought about it that way. But I see your point.
Thank you. Few are willing to entertain such a notion.
We'll talk later.
Goodbye.
Brilliant, isn't it? One moment you're trying to restore order in a world gone mad. That should be enough for anyone to handle, yes? Then, out of nowhere, an archdemon appears and kicks you in the head. What? You thought this would be easy? No, I was just hoping you wouldn't crush our village like an anthill. Sorry about that. Archdemons like to crush, you know. Can't be helped. Am I speaking too quickly for you?
Nie,
I was
kurwa.
distracted, that's all.
Distracted? By my wit and charm? I have plenty of both.
I'll be the judge of that.
But here we are. What? But no. It was... If it's all the same to you... Am I speaking too quickly for you?
The attack was unexpected. We're all rattled.
I'm not rattled. I'm the hero of this tale.
Then why isn't Corypheus after you?
Good point. Does that make me a lackey? That's dangerous work. I always assumed the Elder One behind the Venatori was a Magister. But this is something else completely. In Tevinter, they say the Chantry's tales of Magisters starting the Blight are just that. Tales. But here we are. One of those very Magisters, a dark spawn.
Who does the Imperium say started the Blight?
You know how it is. Not us. They say Darkspawn were always there. Magisters and the Blight aren't even related. Is that a surprise? No one wants to admit they shit the bed. But if Corypheus is one of the Magisters who entered the Black City and he's Darkspawn, what other explanation is there?
Why does that make you angry?
Because the Imperium is my home. I knew what I was taught couldn't be the whole truth, but I assumed there had to be a kernel of it, somewhere. But no, it was us all along. We destroyed the world.
You didn't do anything. Those men did. 1,000 years ago.
True, except that one of them is up and walking around right now. Not to mention I have idiot countrymen who would happily follow him down that path again. I have no intention of letting Corypheus win. Not without someone from Tevinter standing against him. It would have been nice if you'd helped stop Alexius. But that's not how things went. So be it. If it's all the same to you, I'd like to stay and help the Inquisition.
You'd really fight your own countrymen?
Southerners like to think of the Imperium as nothing but slavers and cultists. Why not? That's all you see. But it's not true. Some Tevinters are not only handsome and well-dressed, but Rather put off by all that rot. So, I'll happily kill cultists or anyone who thinks a darkspawn god is the way of the future.
What if this is a ruse? The Venatori could have captured you, sent you here.
Rather elaborate, considering they'd need to have assumed you'd escape Haven. But I am the ideal spy. Charming, clever, perfect teeth and hair. It all fits.
Siema, Grzechu, witam.
Let me help, and you can hang me later, if you wish. I look good in rope.
We can use all the help we can get.
No one will thank me, whatever happens. No one will thank you, either. You know that, yes?
We don't know what will happen. Nobody does.
An optimist! Such a rare breed. I've stumbled upon a unicorn. All I know is this. Corypheus needs to be stopped. Men like him ruined my homeland. I won't stand by and let him ruin the world. Oh, and congratulations on that whole leading the Inquisition thing, by the way.
Coś tu się chyba zbugowała ta książka. Tak, no jestem w tej podniebnej fortecy teraz, bo azyl rozjebany.
You'll find my skills are exceptional. I hope they prove useful.
You're taking over the duties of Minave.
Yes. A death provided the vacancy. I am told there are many who will miss her. My skills will ensure that you do not miss her ability.
How can you serve the Inquisition?
I am to aid in the research of all creatures encountered in your efforts as leader of the Inquisition.
What makes you particularly qualified?
I remember being fond of animals. I don't remember why.
You were made tranquil.
Yes, I am tranquil. It was necessary due to a willful nature that made wielding magic a dangerous endeavor. I remember that being a difficult time, but I cannot remember why. My skills are well used in my current position.
What is your evaluation of how we're doing?
Not optimal, given the facilities. Skyhold should be improved, or our efforts
No, szybciej miałeś, bo wiesz, pewnie robiłeś fabułę, nie? A ja najpierw wszystkie te poboczne mapki pozwiedzałem. Robiłem poboczne questy, które mogłem porobić, które dałem radę porobić i Dopiero podciągnąłem fabułę do przodu. Czyli co, tego się nie da. Zbugowane. Zainstalowałem Gothica 3, bo tam były jakieś te zmiany w tym modpacku. Odkąd ostatnio grałem, poinstalowałem trochę rzeczy i może właśnie po tym w Gothicka 3 zagram. Zobaczymy. Dawno nie było żadnego Gothica. No tak na święta akurat by w 3 zagrał. Tym bardziej, że sporo rzeczy dodali do 3. Instalator się zmienił tego modpacka.
Inquisitor.
3 godziny mi się te mody instalowały. Ja co tam powybierałem.
Dear Josephine says, it's never too late to make a friend.
I hope I'm not disrupting anything.
The commander was just delivering the names of those we lost at Haven. You must blame me for this.
We all saw who attacked us. We know exactly who to blame.
I keep wondering if I could have done something different. When the first of my lookouts went missing, I pulled the rest back, awaiting more information. If they'd stayed in the field, they could have bought us more time. I was afraid to lose my agents. And instead, we lost Haven.
You look out for your people. That's a good thing.
Is it? My people know their duty. They know the risks. They understand that the Inquisition may call upon them to give their lives.
Our people aren't tools to be used and discarded. Your instincts were right. Their lives matter.
Can we afford such sentimentality? What if Corypheus...
We are better than Corypheus.
Ja ci powiem, że mi się fajnie grało w Zmierzch Bogów. Dużo osób narzeka na to, wiesz, wiadomo, że nie jest to zajebista gra, czy coś, nie? Tragiczna też nie jest. Mi się spoko grało. A teraz jakiegoś modpacka wydali do Zmierzcha Bogów, właśnie tam niby w wersji 1.0 chyba jest dostępny. Tam jakieś dużo poprawek.
Do you know anything about Calpurnia?
Czy coś takiego. U Gromczaka to widziałem na kanale. Coś mówił o tym.
She was a priestess of Dumat, foster mother to the founder of the Imperium. A name like that is meant to assure the Venatori they follow in the footsteps of legends. We must prove them wrong.
W tamtym roku ogrywałem po raz pierwszy. Nie grałem nigdy wcześniej w Zmierzch Bogów.
I try.
These Venatori have been shadowing a merchant called Vicinius on Calpurnia's orders. They've investigated his finances, surveyed his warehouses. I propose that you meet with Vicinius. Flatter him. Find out what he knows of Calpurnia.
Ja go nie instalowałem nigdy.
Vicinius sounds like a Tevinter name.
Born in Tallow, although he claims to be from Virantium. He sells rare oils and amber, and prefers red wine to white.
What side of the bed does he sleep on?
He's unremarkable. I cannot think why Calpurnia would care.
What if Vicinius is as much in the dark as we are?
It never hurts to eliminate an avenue of inquiry. And we should tread lightly with the Venatori. They have contacts and spies, just as we do. The sooner you speak with Vicinius, the better.
We should warn Vicinius that the Venatori cultists are sniffing around.
You'd earn his trust. I'll make arrangements for you to visit his summer home in Valrayo. Hopefully, your attention should be enough to pique his interest. We'll have Calpurnia's secrets yet. Reports of fade rifts.
To ona coś latała, kurwa, w powietrzu.
The only thing that will calm their fears now is the hope that someone out there can save them. You have to be that someone.
Dobra
No
jest.
one else has any power over the rifts. Seal them. Your legend will spread, and Thedas will learn to trust the Inquisition.
The Divine's death hit you hard. How have you been feeling?
Oh, you are referring to my outburst in Haven. I am much better now. She was a good friend, and it will take time to get used to her absence. But thank you for asking. It is appreciated.
They called you the left hand of the Divine.
That they did? What of it?
What is the point of an Inquisition?
Justinia would have started the Inquisition if the Divine Conclave failed to restore peace. She hoped that with enough support, we could challenge the very tenets of the Chantry. She wanted the Chantry to treat the mages fairly. But sometimes I wonder, why stop at mages? The Chantry has committed many injustices. If we're going to change it, why not change the whole thing? It's just a thought. None of this will be possible if we fail.
I'm sorry she didn't live to see the Inquisition.
So am I.
I could use the left hand of the Divine at my side out there.
Every agent out in the world is my eyes, my ears, my blade. Wherever my people are, I am also. Coming with you, leaving my post, would blind and bound me. Do you see?
What exactly does the left hand of the Divine do?
A divine always has enemies, and Justinia had more than most. I protected her. I watched, had an ear to every door. I identified
Mnie to
threats,
wkurwia,
and I
że w tej grze te postacie nie potrafią się ustawić, kurwa, twarzą do siebie, jak rozmawiają.
Why did Justinia have so many enemies?
There were many who felt she was unfit to be divine. She had a past, a worldly life. Unlike many, she wasn't given to the Chantry as a child. She chose it, and somehow that made her unworthy. And because they thought she was unworthy, they wished her harm.
It sounds like you did some unscrupulous things as the left hand.
Perhaps, but wouldn't you
Tylko w takiej pozycji, jak je zahaczysz, to w takiej pozycji jest rozmowa. No to jest kurwa...
I'd like to hear about Justinia. What was she like?
A friend. A mentor. Like me, she had secrets, made mistakes. It made her human. I think her followers responded to that.
Was there something more than friendship between you?
You're asking if we were lovers? Typical. I was devoted to her, therefore it must be romantic. Love is common. Love is simple. My bond with Justinia was something greater. She was a sister, a mother, A teacher. So to answer your question, yes, it was more than friendship.
How did you and Justinia meet?
I met her a long time ago, before she became divine. Before she was Justinia. When I met her, she was Mother Dorothea. I was at my lowest. Broken, lost. And she saved me. No, wait. She hates it when I say that. I saved myself. She just showed me it was possible.
We'll talk more later.
Siemanko, Dąbek, witam. Ta, na pewno. Tutaj zbugowane są te książki. Dobra, idziemy dalej. Kurwa, żeby ktoś tutaj wziął i to pozamiatał może, co? Patrz, tu kogoś nagonimy. Nie bierze miotło i nie zapierdziela. Jak tutaj? O, ta to jest dopiero wstrętna sera. To jest najbrzydsza elfka chyba, jaką widziałem.
Well, about time you came around to talk, innit? Sign me up, then not so much as a welcome. Little busy, I hope, making sure this new place can keep out a pissing archdemon. And the thing controlling it, that we're hunting. Droste, what did I step in?
I've apparently been through a lot. Yes, Corypheus was a surprise.
No, a surprise would be, oh, I stepped in dog shite. No one says, oh, a Magister God monster, I'm surprised. Impossible things aren't surprises.
Nie, no pewnie tak.
I can't help if you don't explain what's wrong exactly.
It's got to be nonsense, doesn't it? What kind of
Taką
screwed if it
seksowną
isn't?
nereczkę ma.
I mean, that Coryphe thing. A Magister, right? Story is, he
Pojemne
cracked the
płuca.
Golden City. But that's a hazy dream. If not, seat of the Maker,
I przeżyłodek do serca.
a seat needs a butt, so the Maker, real thing. Fairy stories about the start and end of the world, real things. It's too far, isn't it? I just want to plug the Skyhole rubbish so I can go play.
You joined to help the little people caught up in this. But do you believe it or not?
In Andraste? Of course.
But you doubt what you're seeing and hearing.
It can't be true. Even fanatics don't want to be this right. Look, I have arrows. I can make this Corypheus believe in those. Good enough? Please be good enough.
I'm fighting Magisters. I need you aiming higher than simple selfishness.
Lumpy wants to be a god, and you glow or something. I just want to fix things so I don't have to think about what's real or not. High enough, my lord?
Belief may decide what happens. You can't rule it out.
Right, well, shout me up when the gods show. I'll be here, loony.
Chuja ją brałem w ogóle do drużyny. Worek na łeb i za ojczyznę, no tak by pasowało.
Here. Tell the commander that this is the perfect spot for the armor.
Planning troop movements now?
I'm trying to imagine what it will look like when we're done. All of this once belonged to the Tevinter Imperium. Andraste changed that, as did the Blights. As for what will come next, I cannot guess the Maker's plan.
We make the world a better place.
Because everyone agrees on what better means. I know I want a world where people trust the Chantry and that trust is respected. I want to respect tradition, but not fear change. I want to right past wrongs, but not avenge them.
No,
And I have no
odkryłem
idea if my
w sobie
wanting
handlarza
these things
organami
makes any of
wewnętrznymi.
them right.
You know I don't want the same things as you.
I would be surprised if you did. Perhaps I will never get what I want. The Maker might have other plans for you and me. That will not stop me from trying to determine the correct path. Tell me, what guides you? You make decisions that shake the world,
Dokładnie.
yet always
Jeszcze z
seem
takiej
so
elfki?
assured. I wish I had your confidence.
If I'm guided by anything, it's you.
Oh, excellent. The blind leading the blind.
I don't think you're blind.
Clearly, you haven't been paying attention.
Haven't I?
When we first met, if someone told me I would be pleased to have you lead me, I would have throttled them. But I am. The Maker chose well.
I appreciate that.
We still have a long road to travel, Inquisitor. Wherever it takes us, I'm glad you're here.
Cena poszybuje, panie w kosmos.
Good book?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Wait, are you blushing?
What would I have to blush about?
You tell me.
It's of no interest to you, I'm certain. It's a book.
Igraszki wydówki czyta? Czy co to tam było?
One of Varric's tales. Swords and Shields. The latest chapter.
So you like to read. What's wrong with that?
It's frivolous. There are more important things for me to do.
Why don't I believe you?
It's literature. Smutty literature. Whatever you do, don't tell Varric.
Można, no. W każdym można.
Maybe I should read that book.
You? No!
Why not me?
You're the Inquisitor.
Oh, I see.
They're terrible. And magnificent. And this one ends in a cliffhanger. I know Varric is working on the next. He must be. You could ask him to finish it. Command him to... Pretend you don't know this about me. Have you met this friend of Varric's, Inquisitor?
Not yet, no.
It had better not be who I think it is. I will wring that little bastard's neck.
Why? Who do you think it is?
Someone Varric claimed he could not contact. Someone the Inquisition, indeed all of Theidas, desperately needed. I'll reserve judgment until I know for certain. No need to have that rogue screaming persecution yet again.
I'd like to get to know you better.
There's not much to know.
If you don't want to talk, I'll...
No, I just... Oh, very well. My name is Cassandra Pentagast. daughter of the royal house of Navarra, 78th in line for the Navarran throne. I joined the Seekers of Truth as a young woman, and was with the Order until they withdrew from the Chantry. I remained as the Divine's right hand, carrying out her
Ta
order
Cassandra
to
bardziej
form
mnie
the
kręci.
Inquisition. And here we are. That's all there is to know, my lord.
You're a member of Navarra's royal family.
The Pentaghasts are a very large clan. Half of Cumberland could say the same.
Really?
No, but it feels that way. I have hundreds of relatives so distant they need charts to prove we're related at all. And they have them. Oh yes. The Pentaghasts value their precious blood like it runs with gold.
Nie wiem, ja pierwszy raz w to gram.
And you joined the Seekers to get away from that.
It was a life worth getting away from. The Pentaghasts are famed for dragon hunting, but few actually pursue the craft. Most are fat and lazy. They pay lip service to the Maker and care only for idle pleasures and past glories. My brother was all that kept me in Navarra. Once he was gone, so was I.
Tell me about your brother.
Anthony was older than I, a dragon hunter, who showed what a Pentaghast could truly be. I idolized him. I wanted to hunt dragons as he did, even though our uncle forbade it. Anthony promised to train me in secret. We would hunt together one day, brother and sister, vanquishing the beasts of old. And then he died on me.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pried.
No, it's fine. A group of apostates wanted dragon blood, and wanted Anthony to get it for them. He refused, and they killed him for it. In front of me. I begged the Chantry to let me become a Templar. Instead, they sent me to the Seekers. It took many years to let go of my drive for vengeance.
I think I understand how you felt.
At times I could not breathe. The rage nearly choked me. I sometimes wonder how different my life would be if Anthony was still alive. Would I be a dragon hunter? Married to some noble fool, a mother of 3? I cannot say. I take solace in believing the Maker has a plan, but he is not always kind.
You don't seem to like your homeland much.
My family polluted it for me. What little I saw of my homeland was through the bars of a gilded cage. My uncle treated me like a porcelain doll to be placed on a shelf and dusted only when necessary. Thus I did not see Navarra, the real Navarra, until much later. By then I realized I knew it not at all.
Your uncle? What about your parents?
They had the misfortune of taking the wrong side in the second attempt to overthrow King Marcus. The king executed them, but spared my brother and I since we were family, and children at the time. Thus we were raised by my uncle, a Mortalitasi who preferred the company of his corpses to the living.
Your uncle was a Mortalitasi?
A death mage. He still is. My countrymen do not burn the dead, they bury them in special crypts. The Mortalitasi supervise the crypts, like priests. Uncle Vestalis oversees the grand necropolis. Navarrans spend more time honoring dead relatives than they do with living ones. It is odd to be so fascinated with death and its trappings. I will never understand it.
So you were the right hand to the Divine?
To Divine Justinia, yes. And Divine Beatrix before her, in fact. The position is normally reserved for Templars of the Knights Divine, but my circumstances were...
A to, no, to jest fakt.
Unusual how?
You don't know the story? Thank the Maker.
Coraz więcej osób zwraca w ogóle tą najnowszą część.
As some drum it up to be. The short version is that I once saved the previous Divine's life. My reward was becoming her right hand.
Nie. Miałeś początek, później była 2, ostatnio ją ogrywałem. No i teraz jest 3, nie? Inkwizycja. A w 2 to ona właśnie Warika przesłuchiwała. On jej całą tą historię opowiadał, nie? I ty grałeś tą historię, którą Warik jej opowiadał. O tej Kassandrze. I to jest dalszy ciąg 2. Ale tam wszystkie są jakoś ze sobą powiązane, nie? Bo oni wspominają ciągle tam, wiesz, rzeczy z 1, nie? No takie pierdoły.
But what does a right hand do exactly?
What is your hand capable of? It gives, it takes, it beckons. It makes a fist. Liliana and I extended the divine's reach beyond the
Dwójkę
Grand
obrywałem, nie
Cathedral.
wiem, ze 2 miesiące temu, chyba, czy 3, jakoś tak. Też pierwszy razem przechodziłem.
I was tired of the position and wanted to return
Ale
to the
trójka mi się bardziej widzi.
But Justinia convinced me to stay.
Lepsza od dwójki.
Her vision for the
No ale
future
jedynki
gave
nic
me
nie przebije.
You thought she could really change things?
Justinia knew the war was coming long before it began.
Mhm, bardzo
She
dobrze.
tried to avert it, but the forces
Ja to bym ją zwrócił, nawet jakbym za darmo dostał kod.
Sometimes you have to break a bone so it can be reset. That's where the Inquisition comes in. It was to be the answer. A means to preserve as well as an agent for change. I only wish she had lived to see it.
So what's the story about you becoming the right hand?
Sweet Andraste, do you really want to hear that? It was, what, 18, 20 years ago? Some still discuss it like it happened yesterday. The tale gets bigger each time it's told. I barely recognize myself within it now.
I'm sure you're just being modest.
I was there. I think I know what happened. To hear others tell it, I alone saved Divine Beatrix from a horde of dragons sent to assault the Grand Cathedral. Rather impressive for such a young seeker, wouldn't you say?
Tragedia, kurwa, co oni zrobili z tą grą.
I stumbled upon a conspiracy
Ciekawe jak
to kill
spierdolą
Beatrix.
Elder Scrollsy
A
6.
Templar Knight Commander was at its heart, and there was a dragon battle at the Grand Cathedral, but I had help from loyal mages who rallied to the cause. They freed the dragons from magical control. Without them, the
Teraz to już,
Divine and I
kurwa,
would both have died.
strach się bać, a to nowe gry, co będą wychodzić.
And they are forgotten.
You're delightful, you know that?
No, I do not know that.
Mm-hmm.
I object. There is nothing delightful about me.
I beg to differ.
Who could have guessed the Inquisitor would be so odd?
I'll let you get back to work.
Też ją przechodziłem tą jedynkę właśnie z pół roku temu. Później w dwójkę zagrałem. Tylko, że jedynkę już wcześniej przechodziłem. A w dwójkę i w trójkę gram pierwszy raz. Może później się pootwiera, jak oni to tutaj wyremontują czy coś. Na razie to jest... Czy tam jest w ogóle jakiś stół do alchemii chyba. No i to Kunari to chujowo wygląda w trójce. Znaczy w tym wielkim stolcu najnowszym. No to w ogóle wygląda jak jakiś kurwa zjeb genetyczny z wodogłowiem, nie? Ale tutaj w trójce też chujowo wygląda. W dwójce fajnie Kunari wyglądali. Zajebiście. Tutaj to taki kurwa jak byk. No ale na pewno lepiej jak w tej najnowszej.
Heard there was a big demon at the Seeker Fortress. Gotta say, I don't mind missing that. Getting into your head, messing around.
What matters is that we defeated it and brought the Templars to our side.
With all these damn demons popping up, I guess we need the help.
Znaczy wiesz co, przyszłość gier jak przyszłość gier, ale te studia kurwa pójdą na dno, no i niech idą w pizdu, nie? Ja jestem jak najbardziej za. Niech upadają kurwa i może zaczną wtedy powstawać znowu normalne gry. Jak to wszystko pierdolnie, nie? A to wcześniej czy później pierdolnie. Bo przestaną zarabiać pieniądze.
I'd like to know more about your work with the Ben Hasrath.
Ben Hasrath is actually a general term. You've got the secret police who investigate problems inside our territory. You've got the re-educators who take people with problems and fix their minds. Or make them disappear. And then you've got the spies.
How do the re-educators work?
I only know the basics. Wasn't my area. That said, keep a man awake long enough. Ask the right questions, give the right potions, and you can get him to say anything. You don't need blood magic or demons to change someone's mind.
To oni już na tym zaczynają tracić.
You can alter someone's beliefs that easily.
One of my friends was a re-educator. He said that every memory is like the page of
No to też nie ma nigdy tak, że wiesz, że to studio jakoś utrzymuje się samo, nie? Tylko tam są jeszcze jacyś udziałowcy w tym. To już się zaczynają buntować w tych niektórych studiach, jak na przykład w Ubisoftie, nie? W Blizzardzie. Udziałowcy już kurwa mówią, że to tak nie może być. Także to wcześniej czy później pierdolnie wszystko.
The re-educators sound horrible.
Yeah, they probably do. Here's the thing, though. What happens in Orlais when you commit a crime or betray a lord? They just lop your head off. At least the Qunari try to fix you.
No, na chwilę obecną to wiesz, nie idzie ich doceniać, bo nie ma za co. Na przykład bardzo fajnie zostało doceniane Larian Studio za zrobienie Baldur's Gate 3. Zajebistej gry, nie? Takie studia się ceni. A taki kurwa na przykład BioWare na chwilę obecną to jest kurwa ściegi ścierwo, nie? I tutaj to trzeba jedynie potępiać, hejtować kurwa i tyle. Nic innego. Tam nie ma za co ich cenić. Robili dobre gry, bo robili bardzo dobre gry. Jedne z najlepszych RPGów kurwa wypuszczali, no ale co z tego, jak teraz robią gówno. Oni mieli okres, że byli bardzo cenionym studiem. Jednym z najlepszych studiów, jeżeli chodzi o robienie gier RPG, no ale na chwilę obecną to są kurwa nikim.
And you're a spy? Close. I am now, I suppose. But that's not how I started. They sent me to Saharan because they needed someone who could fight and hunt down problems. That whole island was a sack of cats. Incursions from Tevinter, Tal-Vashath, and native rebels fighting both sides. And in the middle, me, trying to wrangle the rebels and restore order.
Tak, zawsze jest wina graczy, no.
I can't imagine that was easy.
A szczególnie te kurwa zjeby z tego... Jak oni się nazywają? To baby coś tam? Jak się te patafiany nazywają? No bo oni tak mówią, nie? Że to z wina graczy. Przecież to są pojebusy, chłopie, kurwa. Nikt normalny nie bierze ich na poważnie, nie tych debili. Chyba że to ich, kurwa, całe środowisko popierdolone. To się tam podnieca tym, nie? A nikt normalny przecież ich, kurwa, na poważnie nie bierze.
It sounds like you had a rough life under the Qun.
What, 3 meals a day and free sex whenever I need it? I came out here for the challenge, boss. Figured I'd rough it with you savages. Anyway, nice talking with you.
Także tak to wygląda. Z kim ja tu jeszcze nie gadałem? Jeszcze z tym. A Vivien jeszcze.
Maker, you're a mess. Let me have a look at you. Are you all right, my dear? Were you hurt? You look dreadful.
I'll be fine, don't worry.
You bear it well. Good. The troops will take their cue from your composure. Now, let's keep up appearances. You've handled this crisis competently, saving as many lives as you did. But the enemy struck a serious blow against you and the Inquisition. We must recognize that. Must.
You're wrong. We now have a better location and far more people at our disposal. This couldn't have worked out better if I'd planned it.
Yet we can hardly rely upon the whims of Providence to give us all our victories. This defeat may have turned
Teraz
to our
będą za
advantage.
wszystkie swoje niepowodzenia i klęski. Teraz będą wszystko zrzucać na graczy, nie? Że to graczy wina. I teraz to naprawdę wychodzą gnioty. To już tak. Teraz trzeba szukać perełek, kurde, w całym tym syfie. Ale i takie się trafiają. No i dobrze.
So, this is Skyhold. Come, let's walk the ramparts. I want to examine our fortifications. We'll be able to see Corypheus coming from miles away.
Corypheus thinks we're beaten. By the time he finds us, we'll be legion.
I know soldiers. I know our soldiers. Corypheus made 100 enemies when he kicked down our door. Let him come. I swear I'll take the twisted bastard down.
Kiedyś to się grało we wszystko, bo był mniejszy dostęp do gier, wiesz.
I'm grateful for your support.
It's my job, isn't it? Killing Darkspawn.
Co wpadło ci w ręce, to w to
In spite of
grałeś.
it all, there is hope. The people flock to your banner. They believe in you.
To też było fajne.
Tell me honestly. Are you what they say you are?
Wtedy to się we wszystko grało.
Andraste's chosen.
Grało się w to, co się miało. Czekaj. Chuj wie w sumie.
There's so little I remember. What if they're right?
Does it even matter? Don't you see what you are to them? Without you, they'd be consumed by despair. We all would. They need you to be Andraste's messenger. It gives them hope. The truth doesn't matter. Listen to me talk. Your time is valuable and I've wasted enough of it.
No gdzieś ty mnie tu kurwa zostawił. No, gdzie to drzwi prowadzą? O, ten tu jest walik.
Inquisitor, meet Hawk, the
No, mnie
champion of
teraz
Kirkwall.
następny w kolejce jest Assassin's Creed trójka.
Hawk, the
Później Black
Inquisitor.
Flag.
I figured you might have some friendly advice about Corypheus. You and I did fight him after all.
O, to jest ten z dwójki, mój bohater.
This view reminds me of my home in Kirkwall. I had a balcony that overlooked the whole city. I loved it at first. But after a while, all I could see were the people out there depending on me.
You're lucky it was just a single city. I've got half of Thedas.
You're doing everything you can to protect them.
Does it ever get any easier?
I'll let you know. I don't envy you, Inquisitor. But I may be able to help you.
Varric said that you fought Corypheus before.
Fought and killed. The Grey Wardens were holding him, and he somehow used his connection to the Darkspawn to influence them.
Corypheus got into their heads, messed with their minds, turned them against each other.
If the Wardens have disappeared, they could have fallen under his control again.
If that's what happened to the Wardens, do you think we can free them?
It's possible. But we need to know more first. I've got a friend in the Wardens. He was investigating something unrelated for me. His name is Stroud. The last time we spoke, he was worried about corruption in the Warden ranks. Since then, nothing.
Corypheus would certainly qualify as corruption in the ranks. Did your friend disappear with them?
No. He told me he'd be hiding in an old smuggler's cave near Crestwood.
If you didn't know about Corypheus, what were you doing with the Wardens?
The Templars in Kirkwall were using a strange form of lyrium. It was red. I'd hoped the Wardens could tell me more about it.
We've encountered red lyrium. Corypheus was using it to corrupt the Templars and turn them into his slaves.
Hopefully my friend in the Wardens will know more.
I appreciate the help.
I'm doing this as much for myself as for you. Corypheus is my responsibility. I thought I'd killed him before. This time, I'll make sure of it. Inquisitor.
You said you thought you killed Corypheus.
The Grey Wardens had him imprisoned. They used my
Nie, to chyba nie, to nie jest chyba ten bohater z dwójki. Chociaż tak podobny. Bo też ma ten na nosie właśnie, to namalowane. Ale to może jeden z tych. Nie wiem sam. Nie, no Hawk. Z Hawkiem się grało w dwójce. To było rodzeństwo przecież. Brat i siostra. To są.
Where did you go after the mages rebelled? I heard the Chantry might be sending an exalted march to Kirkwall to put down the rebellion. I hoped that leaving would save lives and force the Divine to divide her forces to come after me.
Tam jedno z nich ginęło później, zależy kim się grało.
All the circles started rising up, and the exalted march never came.
Varric said you were the champion of Kirkwall. I've only heard a little about what happened there.
What happened at Kirkwall was the same thing that happened everywhere. Fearful of blood magic and abominations, the Templars brutally suppressed the Circle. And in their desperation to survive, the mages of the Circle turned to blood magic, or became abominations. Finally, a rebel mage named Anders destroyed Kirkwall's Chantry.
No tak.
And everything came tumbling down.
I heard that Anders was your friend. What was he like?
I don't know if there ever was just an Anders. He was crazy. By the end, there was nothing left in him except this insane need to start a war no one could win.
I heard you had family and friends in Kirkwall. Where are they now?
When the Wardens began acting strangely, I had my friend Aveline take my brother out of the Free Marches. My uncle Gamlen's still in Kirkwall, but everyone else I used to know, they've pretty much scattered to the winds.
Assume Varric's been feeding you information about the Inquisition. What did he say about me?
Only good things, I promise. I was a little surprised, actually. Varric isn't one for religion in general, but he thinks highly of the Inquisition.
We'll talk later.
I'll meet you at Crestwood.
Dobra.
Majestic. How was a place like this ever lost?
Long day.
Scout Harding,
Your worship.
shouldn't you be out there scouting?
In a bit. We're in Skyhold for supplies and a change of personnel. Not me, though. Indispensable.
So, who's Scout Harding really?
Me? Oh, I'm no one. Lived near Redcliffe all my life. Herded sheep for my neighbor. When the Inquisition came through my village, I helped by telling them everything I knew about the area. Then I signed on. Wanted to see the world before it was swallowed up by that thing out there.
What's been going on?
Sister Liliana glanced at me today. I think she's gonna have me killed.
I have to go.
Of all the things in the world, a demon who wears someone's face. I imagine it makes trusting others risky.
Without trust, how would we build alliances?
Gdzie Varric poszedł? Tam z tych murów?
It's easy to speak well of trust when yours has never been misplaced.
Varric's friend Hawk said there were suspicions of corruption in Grey Warden ranks. Do you know anything about that?
Corruption? What sort of corruption?
Corypheus. He's been known to influence the minds of Wardens.
That could very well explain why so many have disappeared.
If this is true, then all Wardens are in danger. Even you. We'd better find your brothers.
I agree. If Hawk's given you an idea where to start, we should get moving immediately.
Let's talk about the Grey Wardens. You must know a lot about them.
Ah, the Wardens. I'm afraid we're less exciting than we seem.
How do the Wardens deal with archdemons?
Short answer. Stick it with swords until it stops moving.
I'll trust that you know what you're talking about.
We'll manage, if it comes to that.
Let's continue this at another time.
As you wish. I'll be here if you need me.
Gdzie jest Marik?
Thank you for Haven and your efforts at Therenfall. I am committed to serve your worship.
Bo on tam był na tych murach. Później gdzie poszedł?
Inquisitor? Is there something I can do for you? I should really focus my attention on the injured.
Remake Duma trójki, a po co?
Do we have many injured men?
Fewer by the day. The most grievously injured did not survive the journey to Skyhold.
To nie tak dobrze wygląda w sumie.
Heal or... I try to make the passing painless.
I haven't seen you before.
The commander brought me up from the refugee camps. I'd been helping the pilgrims in simple ways, setting broken bones, simple amputations and such. We need all the help we can get.
You want a mage? Shouldn't we let the mage healers deal with this?
Magic can't cure everything, and we shouldn't rely on it. Science, your worship, is the way of the future. Good health isn't magic, it's diet, exercise, and a balance of the humors.
As you were.
Your worship.
Wracam za jakieś 10 minut. Już jestem.
The order was sent?
Yes, Commander.
Send men to scout the area. We need to know what's out there.
Yes, sir.
Commander, soldiers have been assigned temporary quarters.
Very good. I'll need an update on the armory as well. Now! We set up as best we could at Haven, but could never prepare for an archdemon, or whatever it was. With some warning, we might have...
We were all shaken by what happened.
If Corypheus strikes again, we may not be able to withdraw. And I wouldn't want to. We must be ready. Work on Skyhold is underway. Guard rotations established. We should have everything on course within the week. We will not run from here, Inquisitor.
How many were lost?
Most of our people made it to Skyhold. It could have been worse. Morale was low, but has improved greatly since you accepted the role of Inquisitor.
Everyone has so much faith in my leadership. I hope I'm ready.
You won't have to carry the Inquisition alone, although it must feel like it. We needed a leader, and you have proven yourself.
You responded quickly to the attack on Haven. Without that, so many more would have died. I'm grateful for any help you can give.
Thank you, Inquisitor. I will do everything I can to ensure the security of our people. You have my word. Did you need something?
I'd like to know more about the Templars.
What would you like to know?
Why did you join the Order?
I could think of no better calling than to protect those in need. I used to beg the Templars at our local chantry to teach me. At first, they merely humored me, but I must have shown promise, or at least a willingness to learn. The Knight Captain spoke to my parents on my behalf. They agreed to send me for training. I was 13 when I left home.
13? That's still so young.
I wasn't the youngest there. Some children are promised to the Order at infancy. Still, I didn't take on full responsibilities until I was 18. The Order sees you trained and educated first.
What about your family? Did you miss them?
Of course, but there were many my age who felt the same. We learned to look out for one another.
Do the Templars do anything besides hunt mages?
Templars protect against the dangers of magic. Before the Order left the Chantry, that meant serving in a circle. They were also tasked with tracking apostates, or fighting demons inevitably summoned by the weak or malicious.
What do you think of mages? Are they all a threat?
I've seen the suffering magic can inflict. I've treated mages with distrust because of it, at times without cause. That was unworthy of me. I will try not to do so here. Not that I want mages moving through our base completely unchecked. We need safeguards in place to protect people, including mages, from possession at the least.
You've lived in the Circle. What was a typical day for a Templar there?
Typical? The last time I was in a circle was right before it fell apart. Nothing was typical.
Before that, then?
Certain rituals require a full guard. A mage's harrowing, for instance. I've attended a few. Most of the time, you merely maintain a presence, on patrol or in the circle, ready to respond if needed. Mages pretend to ignore that presence, but they're watching you just as closely.
Do Templars and mages never speak to each other?
Some do, but Templars are supposed to maintain a certain distance from their charges. If a mage is possessed or uses blood magic, you must act quickly, without hesitation. Your judgment cannot be clouded. Of course, ignoring one another does nothing to foster understanding.
What does Templar training involve?
There is weapon and combat training. Even without their abilities, Templars are among the best warriors in Thedas. Initiates must also memorize portions of the Chant of Light, study history, and improve their mental focus.
Did you enjoy your training?
I wanted to learn everything. If I was giving my life to this, I would be the best Templar I could.
You were a model student.
I wanted to be. I wasn't always successful. Watching a candle burn down while reciting the Chant of Transfigurations wasn't the most exciting task. I admit, my mind sometimes wandered.
Do Templars take vows? I swear to the Maker to watch all the mages, that sort of thing.
There's a vigil first. You're meant to be at peace during that time, but your life is about to change. When it's over, you give yourself to a life of service. That's when you're given a filter, your first draft of lyrium and its power. As Templars, we are not to seek wealth or acknowledgement. Our lives belong to the Maker and the path we have chosen.
That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Another time, then.
This thing is not a stray puppy you can make into a pet. It has no business being here.
Wouldn't you say the same of an apostate?
Inquisitor, I wondered if Cole was perhaps a mage, given his unusual abilities.
He can cause people to forget him, or even fail entirely to notice him. These are not the abilities of a mage. It seems that Cole is a spirit.
It is a demon.
If you prefer, although the truth is somewhat more complex.
Cole helped me escape the Envy Demon. I already agreed to let him stay.
That was before we knew what it was. Honoring deals with demons is a swift path to an early grave.
In fact, his nature is not so easily defined.
Speak plainly, Solas. What are we dealing with?
Demons normally enter this world by possessing something. In their true form, they look bizarre, monstrous.
But Cole looks like a young man. Could it be possession?
No. He has possessed nothing and no one. And yet he appears human in all respects. Cole is unique, Inquisitor. More than that, he wishes to help. I suggest you allow him to do so.
What do you mean by possession?
Spirits and demons cross over from the Fade by attaching themselves to something in this world. But Cole has willfully manifested in human form without possessing anyone.
The demons who came through the breach, or through the rifts, weren't possessing anything.
These demons were drawn through against their will, driven mad by this world. But Cole predates the breach. From what we can tell, he has lived here for months, perhaps years. He looks like a young man. For all intents and purposes, he is a young man. It is remarkable.
I should hear what Cole has to say for himself. Where is he now?
He was right.
Haven. So many soldiers fought to protect the pilgrims so they could escape.
O jest, włóczyki z muminków.
Choking fear. Can't think from the medicine, but the cuts rack me with every heartbeat. Hot, white pain. Everything burns. I can't. I'm going to... I'm dying. I'm... dead.
You're feeling their pain.
It's louder this close, with so many of them.
Would you like to go somewhere more comfortable?
Yes, but here is where I can help. Every breath slower, like lying in a warm bath, sliding away. Smell of my daughter's hair when I kiss her goodnight. Gone. cracked brown pain. Dry, scraping, thirsty. Here.
Thank you.
It's all right. She won't remember me.
You're using your powers as a spirit to help people.
Yes. I used to think I was a ghost. I didn't know. I made mistakes, but I made friends too. Then a Templar proved I wasn't real. I lost my friends. I lost everything. I learned how to be more like what I am. It made me different, but stronger. I can feel more. I can help.
If you're willing, the Inquisition could use your help.
Yes, helping. I help the hurt. The helpless. There's someone. Hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Someone make it stop hurting. Make her, please. The healers have done all they can. It will take him hours to die. Every moment will be agony. He wants mercy. Help.
All right. Help him.
It's all right. I want to stay.
No, mówię, że to wiesz, takie włóczyki z tego, z muminków, nie?
He hates it all because of the darkness behind the door. Some doors should stay shut.
I'd like to talk about what happened to you before we met.
Before you, Reese was my friend. He showed me I was wrong to kill the mages. I thought I was helping them. Then he and Evangeline went to Adamant, and I went with them. I was worried Evangeline would hurt Reese. We found out dangerous things. It scared Seeker Lambert, and he scared the mages. It started the rebellion. Seeker Lambert told me what I was. Reese couldn't look at me. I ran until I found more Templars. That's all.
What was the Spire like when the Mage Rebellion started?
Dead and dying, begging and bloody. Some wanted freedom, some peace, some war. Some wanted it all to stop. Evangeline was a Templar, but she helped Reese help the others. She set them free. Adrian was a mage, but she killed mages to force the fight. She wanted blood. Reese just wanted to help, to stop people hurting. Maybe that's why he saw me.
You said Seeker Lambert told you what you were.
I'm hiding Reese from him, but
Lambert to wszędzie bywał.
I won't let you hurt Reese. My nose explodes, a shower of blood. Just another parasite that's wormed its way into our world, feeding off all the things you can't have.
Ze swoimi fraszkami.
Adamant made him angry. We were the first rock rolling at the top of a mountain. He had to stop us. He killed so many. He didn't care. Cold, corrupt. So I came and killed him.
If you hated Seeker Lambert, why go to the Seeker Fortress?
Because he was right. I was a demon. I saw demons at Adamant. They put people in the dark, in the old hurts. I didn't want to be that. I heard the old songs of the Templars at Val Royeaux and followed them. If I forgot, fought, fell to felling, Templars would kill the demon. I wouldn't hurt anyone again.
What can you tell me about Reese?
He was a mage. He saw me when most couldn't, and he remembered. He helped me, and I watched over him. I worried Evangeline would hurt him. She was a Templar, but she didn't like hurting people. When I left, she stayed. Now she watches over him. They should have been with the rebels. Maybe they ran away together instead. Neither of them like killing.
If you like, I could use the resources of the Inquisition to locate your friend.
No. If they are alive and safe, they should stay away. The last time he saw me, he didn't want to look at me. He saw a monster. Let him forget.
What did you mean when you said you killed mages?
Some of the mages at the Spire wanted to die. Too sad, too scared, too much. I didn't know what I was. A ghost, I thought. Fading in the fade. When I came to them, they could see me. I used the knife to set them free. When Rhys found out, he made me stop, made me understand. There were other ways to help. I didn't know.
You wanted to free them from pain and fear. You shouldn't be ashamed of that.
I am. I didn't know. I could have helped more if I'd known. If I hadn't been so... me. It was wrong. I was wrong. If I start again, you or Cassandra or Cullen need to kill me.
I'll talk to you later.
He hates it all because of the darkness behind the door. Seeker Lambert told me what I was. Rhys just wanted to help. He killed so... If I forgot, fought... They should have been with... Let him forget. There were other ways to help. I didn't know.
Sounds like you didn't know what you were doing.
No, I killed people. I knew. I just thought I had to. They were hurting, helpless, haunted. It was all I could do. It was wrong. I was wrong. If I start again, you or Cassandra or Cullen need to kill me.
What can you tell me about Adamant Fortress?
It is old.
No to już chyba tyle będzie tych rozmów tutaj.
It should be torn down.
Trochę to zajęło, to zwiedzanie tej fortecy, rozmawianie ze wszystkimi. Jeszcze Warika, nie wiem gdzie jest Warik. Był na tych murach. Gdzie on później poszedł?
The man wasn't supposed to be real. Then the demon found us. It put me back in the cupboard on the bad day.
Gdzie go wcięło?
Rhys and Evangeline saved me.
I'll talk to you later.
How do you know?
Nie wiem gdzie on polazł. Tu jest Vivian. Tu jest Cassandra i byk. Gdzie jest kurwa Warik? Może on gdzieś tutaj teraz przyszedł. O, jest.
Need something?
Cassandra is waiting for the next issue of Swords and Shields.
I must have heard that wrong. It sounded like you just said that Cassandra read my books.
What's so surprising about that?
Well, you have met Cassandra, haven't you? Wait, did you say the romance serial? Oh, she'll be waiting for a while then. I haven't finished it and wasn't planning to. That book is easily the worst I've ever written. The last issue barely sold enough to pay for the ink.
I was hoping to give it...
Czekaj, kurwa, bo...
Terrible idea. Need something?
Can I ask you something, Varric?
You want to talk about me? I'm flattered. Also inclined toward extravagant lies.
Thanks, Varric.
No problem. Need something?
The red lyrium we found at the temple seemed to upset you.
My brother Bartrand and I sort of discovered red lyrium during an expedition in the Deep Roads. We located an ancient thaig, so old it barely looked dwarven. There was this idol there made of it. Bartrand brought it back to the surface, and, well, everything's gone downhill from there.
So what is it? Just another kind of lyrium?
The red stuff is lyrium like a dragon is a lizard. It's not just a different color. It has a whole host of weirdness all its own. I've written to every mining cast house in Orzammar. No one's seen this stuff before or knows where it came from.
What makes it special?
Regular lyrium can mess you up pretty badly, but you have to ingest it for that to happen. Red lyrium messes with your mind when you're just near the stuff. You hear singing, get violent, paranoid, and then it does creepy shit. Makes things float, brings statues to life. It also turned Kirkwall's Knight Commander to lyrium. Everyone's been kept at least 100 paces from it since.
How did the red lyrium get in the Temple of Sacred Ashes?
I don't know. So as far as I knew, the only piece to make it to the surface was destroyed. And the location of the thaig it came from is a secret. Did someone find more of it in the Deep Roads? That's not a cheery thought.
What could the Templars want with it?
In Kirkwall, just having the lyrium idol made Knight Commander Meredith impossibly strong. Before it turned her into a lyrium statue, anyway. Maybe they thought the power was worth it, or maybe they didn't know the consequences.
I think that's enough on red lyrium.
Yeah, not really my favorite subject. Need something?
What can you tell me about this Corypheus?
I'm not exactly an expert, but ask away and I'll answer what I can.
How did you first encounter him?
A few years back, I was dealing with some trouble from a Carter clan that went rogue. They were sending assassins after the Hawk family. We tracked them to a rune in the Vimarks. It turned out to be a trap. Once you went far enough into the rune, there was a magic barrier that kept you from going back. The whole thing was a prison the Grey Wardens were using to hold what they thought was a powerful Darkspawn.
I've never heard of Wardens locking up Darkspawn. Why wouldn't they just kill him and be done with it?
I don't think they could. From what we saw in there, Corypheus can control Wardens somehow. They couldn't attack him. The Wardens locked him up because there was nothing else they could do.
He looks like some sort of blighted creature, but he speaks. What is he exactly?
The Wardens who imprisoned him thought he was just a Darkspawn. But you heard him ranting. He claims he's a Magister. One who assaulted the Golden City, what, more than 1,000 years ago? It seems crazy, but if he's telling the truth, he's one of the people who caused the Blights.
You and Hawk both said before he was supposed to be dead.
He was dead. We killed him. The only way for us to escape the prison Corypheus was trapped in was to go through him. We weren't going to just leave the door to his prison open behind us and hope he was dead. We made sure.
All right, I think that's enough about Corypheus.
No problem. Need something?
Cassandra is waiting for the next issue of Swords and Shields.
I must have heard that wrong. It sounded like you just said that Cassandra read my books.
She's a pretty big fan, in fact.
Are we talking about the same Cassandra? Tall, grumpy seeker, like stabbing things? Wait, did you say the romance serial? Oh, she'll be waiting for a while then. I haven't finished it and wasn't planning to. That book is easily the worst I've ever written. The last issue barely sold enough to pay for the ink.
I'm sure it's not as terrible as you think.
Oh, there are a number of critics who'd be happy to argue with you. So, you want me to finish writing the latest issue of my worst serial for Cassandra? Oh, that's such a terrible idea. I have to do it. On one condition. I get to be there when you give her the book.
You've got a deal.
I'll get to work then. You know, the fact that the book is terrible just makes it more worthwhile somehow.
Czy ona nie chciała, żebym ja mówił o tym, że jej się ta książka podoba? Może jakoś inaczej tam jeszcze pogadam. Chociaż on i tak mówi, że jej się podoba.
Need something?
Can I ask...
You want to talk about... Need something? Bartrand brought it back. I've written to every mine. It also turned Kirkwall. Did someone find more? Maybe they thought the power was worth it, or maybe they didn't know the con. Need something?
What can you tell me?
I'm not exactly an expert. The whole thing was a... The wardens locked him. It seems crazy. We weren't going to just...
All right.
Need something? I must have heard that wrong. It sounded like you just said that Cassandra read my books.
What's so surprising about that?
Well, you have met Cassandra, haven't you? Wait, did you say the romance serial? Oh, she'll be waiting. That book is easily the worst I've ever written. The last issue barely sold enough to pay for the ink.
I'm sure it's not as terrible as you think.
Oh, there are a number of critics who'd be happy to argue with you. So, you want me to finish writing the latest issue of my worst serial for Cassandra? Oh, that's such a terrible idea. I have to do it. On one condition. I get to be there when you give her the book.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Then you'd better find something else to give the Seeker. Need something?
Cassandra's...
I'll only finish the book for you if I get to be there when you deliver it.
You've got a deal.
I'll get to work then. You know, the fact that the book is terrible just makes... Need something? I must have heard that. That book is easily... Oh, that's such a...
knew where Hawk was all along.
You're damned right I did.
You conniving little shit.
You kidnapped me! You interrogated me! What did you expect?
I expected you to tell the truth. I told you what was at stake.
So I just hand him over on your say-so? It's okay, Hawk. This zealot isn't crazy. I promise. Look at her. She's finally lost it.
All right. You've both made your point.
We needed someone to lead this Inquisition. Hawk was our only hope. He was the champion of Kirkwall. The mages respected him. And you kept him from us.
The Inquisition has a leader.
Hawk would have been at the Conclave if anyone could have saved Most Holy.
You've made your point.
Varric is a liar, Inquisitor. A snake. Even after the Conclave, when we all know.
You kidnapped me! You interrogated me! What did you expect?
Hey, enough!
You're taking his side?
I said enough!
We needed someone to lead this Inquisition. Hawk was our own... Hawk would have been at the Conclave if anyone could have saved Most Holy.
You can't change the past, Cassandra.
So I must accept... what? That the Maker wanted all this to happen? That he... Varric is a liar, Inquisitor. A snake. Even after the Conclave, when we needed Hawk most, Varric kept him secret.
He's with us now. We're on the same side.
We all know whose side you're on, Varric. It will never be the Inquisition's.
Attacking him now won't help us, Cassandra.
Ha! Exactly.
And you better not be keeping anything else from us.
I understand.
He did bring Hawk. Late, perhaps, but Hawk is with us. As are you.
You know what I think? If Hawk had been at the temple, he'd be dead too. You people have done enough to him.
I believed him. He spun his story for me, and I swallowed it. If I just explained what was at stake, if I just made him understand. But I didn't, did I? I didn't explain why we needed Hawk. I'm such a fool.
You're too hard on yourself, Cassandra.
Not hard enough, I think.
You can't believe that.
I want you to know, I have no regrets. Maybe if we'd found Hawk, the Maker wouldn't have needed to send you. But he did. I don't know how it will end, but I would have it no other way.
Co tam jeszcze było? Nie przepatrzyłem tych innych, kurwa, dialogów. Za szybko wcisnąłem. Tym ostatnim. To można tak poprowadzić, żeby nie podpadać ani jemu, ani jej. To też jest ważne. później pewnie do ich questów. Ale teraz dobrze to poprowadziłem, tylko jeszcze to ostatnie chciałem sprawdzić.
You kidnapped!
Hawk would have been at the We all know whose side. I'm such a fool.
Good thing I still like you.
I'm serious.
You think I'm not?
I want you to know, I have no regrets. Maybe if we'd found Hawk, the Maker wouldn't have needed to send you. But he did. I don't know how it will end, but I would have it no other way.
Gdzie ją teraz wjebało? Gra mi się kurwa zawiesiła. Co jest? Nie mogę iść do przodu. No ja pierdolę. Nie mogę nic zrobić, no kurwa mać. Co tu się kurwa stało, no? Nie, ja tu chodzę od jakichś 2 godzin dopiero. No ale to wiesz, mi się nigdzie nie śpieszy.
You kidnapped me!
Hawk would have been at the Conclave if anyone could have saved Most Holy.
He's with us.
We all know whose side you're on, Varric.
And you...
He did bring as
What I think you people have done it.
he spot, but I'm such a fool.
Good thing I still like you. You think...
I won't. Maybe, but he did. I don't know how it will end.
No co jest kurwa mać? Ja pierdolę. Co tu się odpierdala, no? O. To pomaga i na to. Tylko gdzie teraz Cassandra poszła? A tu jest.
What have you done now?
I get it, Seeker. You're still sore after our spat.
I'm not a child, Varric. Do not suggest I'm without reason.
A peace offering. The next chapter of Swords and Shields. I hear you're a fan.
This is your doing.
I was hoping you'd be happy about it.
Well, if you're not interested, you're not interested. Still needs editing anyhow.
Wait!
You're probably wondering what happens to the Knight Captain after the last chapter.
Nothing should happen to her. She was falsely accused.
Well, it turns out the guardsman...
Don't tell me!
This is the part where you thank the Inquisitor. I don't normally give sneak peeks, after all.
Thank you.
Varric's the one you should be thanking.
I am but a humble servant to my loyal readers.
I wonder if I have time to read the first part.
Don't forget to tell all your friends, if you have any. Completely worth it.
It occurs to me I don't actually know much about you.
What do you want to know?
I'm not sure. Where are you from?
I was born in Ostwick, and that's where most of my family is.
The Trevelyan's, is it not? A large clan with a rather clever coat of arms. Tell me, do you consider the Free Marches your home? Are you eager to go back?
Wherever I am is home enough for me.
That's how I feel now, after years of tending to business for the Divine.
Can you tell me more about the Seekers?
The Seekers of Truth were born from the original Inquisition long ago, when it united with the Chantry. Seekers stood above the Templars, watching over them but also investigating magical events they couldn't handle. We were meant to be incorruptible, above reproach. How seldom does reality match the ideal?
But what are Seekers exactly?
Those who know anything of us think we are Templars. We do not use lyrium, however. Our abilities are different, as was our original purpose. We disciplined the Templars and were accountable only to the Divine. And not even her, truthfully.
Sounds like the Seekers didn't do their job very well.
If you don't see a problem, it doesn't... We train rigor...
Kurwa, najgorsze to są te loadingi, naprawdę.
It occurs to me I don't actually... I'm... not... Tell me. That's how I feel now. We were meant to be incorruptible. We disciplined the Templars and were accountable only to the Divine. And not even her, truthfully.
So the Seekers commanded the Templars?
No. The Order didn't assume command until after the rebellion. The Templars have always feared us. When a Seeker arrived at a circle, they knew trouble was afoot. That kind of power is troubling. You begin to think you are the only one who can solve the world's problems. If you don't see a problem, it doesn't exist. If someone insists it does, they are the blind ones.
Do you think that kind of problem could ever be fixed?
Possibly. Though the Seekers themselves would need to change. They were clearly not willing to, even though they abandoned everything they stood for to avoid it. In my heart, I believe they can still be salvaged, but not by their own hands.
You mentioned that Seekers have different abilities than Templars.
Entirely. A Templar's abilities come from lyrium and are designed to hunt mages. Ours come from ritual and many years of dedicated training. We cannot be possessed by demons and are immune to mind control. Useful, considering our role. Seekers can gain other gifts, though that depends on the individual.
What kind of gifts do you have?
I can set the lyrium within a person's blood aflame. Both mages and Templars bend before my will. Some Seekers use it to interrogate, others simply to paralyze. Once there was a Seeker who could use it to kill. That particular gift is considered rare.
Why did your order turn against the Chantry?
We originally united with the Chantry through a treaty that stated they would keep mages under control. It was felt Most Holy had tacitly allowed the Circle of Magi to vote on its independence, thus breaking the treaty. The Seekers saw themselves as justified, and they led the Templars into a war of righteousness.
You sound like you disagree.
We knew what was happening at Kirkwall, where the Mage Rebellion began. We looked into reports of Knight Commander Meredith's harsh treatment of her charges years earlier. But we found so many shocking cases of magical corruption, it was decided her actions were justified. If we'd been there when it happened, if we'd looked harder at the root causes...
You're right. Something should have been done.
When faced with a problem, the Seekers would close ranks and crush it. We would find an answer, but only once we felt we weren't being coerced. The moment the mages voted for independence, our response was predictable. It was difficult to watch.
How does someone become a Seeker?
Most Seekers begin training in their youth. I was much older, an exception due to my noble birth. We train rigorously for years. Our bodies and minds must be elastic to undergo the vigil, and most fail even then.
Is the vigil some kind of initiation?
It is the rite every Seeker must go through in order to summon their gifts. A full year of fasting, prayer, and separation from all distractions, including other people. We empty ourselves of all emotion, focusing only on the purity of our devotion. And the moment it finally ends, it's wonderful. Faith realized. I cannot put it into words.
I wish I could experience that.
If the vigil was not so arduous, I'd say more should attempt it. What if mages never needed to fear possession by demons? I'm told it is impossible, however. I suppose I'll never know the truth of it now.
I've no more questions.
Gdzie tu się sprawdza nastawienie do bohatera tych? Tu jest w ogóle pokazane. Chuj wie.
Something is troubling me, Inquisitor. Leliana is receiving reports of mages becoming possessed, Templars going rogue. No one is dealing with these matters. I was hoping we might, before they get worse.
We can certainly look into it.
I will mark these incidents on the map as I learn of them, Inquisitor. And I would be pleased to accompany you if and when you investigate.
May I ask you about the Chantry?
It is difficult to say what becomes of the Chantry now. They have no Templars, no leadership, and no one left who is worthy of succeeding the Divine. It has fallen apart when everyone needs it the most. I ache to think what this will mean in the days to come.
Do you really believe the Chantry is worth preserving?
If you ask my opinion, it is. Absolutely. Cast the Chantry aside and new problems replace old ones. We will have learned nothing from history. The people need stability, and the Chantry needs a new purpose. Andraste had a dream for us. It can still be achieved.
So what should that new purpose be?
A dedication to what is truly important. Instead of building cathedrals and sewing gowns for the Divine, the Chantry used to spend its coin feeding the poor. If we are to spread the Maker's word across the world, we must do so with open hearts and open hands.
Will the Chantry replace Divine Justinian?
They will try. Once the priests withdraw for the Grand Consensus, It is against Chantry law for them to emerge without naming a new divine. Sometimes it takes days, or weeks, or even months. The problem now is that no clear successor to Justinia exists. All worthy clerics died with her at the Conclave.
So what happens if they can't agree on someone?
Theoretically, they will argue until exhaustion takes them or they see reason. Practically, however, if the grand consensus goes on too long, the Chantry will crumble. Any cleric with ambition but little sense will see this as her one chance, and plenty of such clerics exist. We shall see what happens. The Inquisition must act in the meantime.
If they do choose a new divine, will you serve her?
That depends on whether she would have me. I am a rebel now, remember? And even if she would, I do not know. It would depend on what type of divine she is. I am no longer in a position to follow blindly, and no new divine could expect such obedience now.
I'm surprised you rebelled against the Chantry.
I left my own order when they took the wrong path. It is no different. But in neither case did I stop caring. Indeed, I care so much that I feel drastic action is necessary. I suppose history shall one day judge my actions.
Do you really believe the Chantry is worth preserving?
If you ask my opinion, it is. Absolutely. Cast the Chantry aside and new problems replace old ones. We will have learned nothing from history. The people need stability, and the Chantry needs a new purpose. Andraste had a dream for us. It can still be achieved.
So what should that new purpose be?
A dedication to what is truly important. Instead of building cathedrals and sewing gowns for the divine, the Chantry used to spend its coin feeding the poor. If we are to spread the Maker's word across the world, we must do so with open hearts and open hands.
That sounds rather idealistic of you.
Does it? I do not think it's so unachievable. The Chantry has many good, honest people. They just need direction and inspiration. They need to be freed from centuries of adherence to tradition and ceremony. A chance for renewal is at our fingertips. It does not have to come with utter chaos.
Thank you.
What do you need, my friend?
So that book you were reading.
Yes, what of it?
So under that taciturn shell beats a true romantic heart.
Why must it be an accusation? Romance is not the sole province of dithering ladies in frilly dresses. It is passion. It is being swept away by the pursuit of an ideal. What is not to like about that?
And don't get me wrong, I like this side of you.
I don't swoon.
I meant the passion.
Ah, well that's not so bad then. What do you need, my friend?
Do you have any advice for me?
Tell that demon, what does it call itself? Cole. Tell it to leave. He may not mean harm, but that does not mean he will not harm us. Spirits are not creatures to take at face value. Be cautious with him, Inquisitor.
That's enough for now.
Another time, then.
Ho, ho, ho. No, za ziemią było tych questów trochę. Nawet w chuj bym powiedział. Pewnie jeszcze jakieś tam będą. Sporo tych questów tam już było. No coś tam za ziemi. Aha. No sporo się tego pojawiło. Będzie powrót na głębokie ścieżki pewnie. No ale to jest w każdej części. Z tego co widzę. One były w jedynce, w dwójce. No to dlaczego by nie miało być ich w trójce, nie? Jest, no. Sporo tego wszystkiego. No dobra. Z kim miałem pogadać, to pogadałem. Pozwiedzałem. Trzeba ruszyć troszkę w świat. Znaczy, jako tak nowe rejony się nie pojawiły na razie, ale zobaczymy potem gradualnie. Patrzyłeś jaskinię? Tak, no. Zajebisty stół.
Can you arrange what we discussed earlier, Ambassador?
I found the money. The Inquisition will compensate the families of those we lost at Haven.
Thank you.
At your service. Are you all right, Leliana? Are you? I suppose not. Haven was trying. Let us begin.
Oho. No właśnie, ciekawe, czy do azylu będzie można wrócić.
Inquisitor. At your service. Let us begin.
Inquisitor.
Inquisitor.
To work? To work? All right.
Inquisitor. Let us begin.
Nie chcę za dużo tych rejonów odblokowywać na mapie tak naraz, bo będzie tego w chuj. Ciekawe, czy do tego starego azylu mogę wrócić. Kurwa, te loadingi są długie, ja pierdolę. O, co nam tu się odblokowało? Nie ma azylu. To nam się odblokowało, to...
Nothing to report, sir.
You saved my granddaughter's life. Thank you.
A co się stało, że im się garda utrzymała? Ona zawsze znikała, jak się używało szybkiej podróży. O, i znikła.
Nothing to report, sir. One of the Templar targets. It's over. Thank you for bringing us here.
Inquisitor.
No to może teraz to przejście się tam odblokuje.
Dispatch for you.
What is it?
This may be worthwhile.
Tutaj ta posoka jest mi potrzebna.
Inquisitor.
Nie, chuja. Dalej tu zamknięte jest. Może to jakiś quest musi być do tego. Co tam przejść? Co możliwe. Dobra, te głębokie ścieżki to później.
Inquisitor, if you have a moment.
What is it?
See for yourself, sir. Inquisitor, I've something for you.
What is it?
You may want to look into this.
Dobra, zobaczmy te głębokie ścieżki. Aha, uda się do szczeliny z poziomu stołu. Narad lub przez wejście na wybrzeżu sztormów.
Inquisitor, the workers are almost done building a lift to the deep roads. No darkspawn trouble yet, but the earthquakes have been brutal.
I was told to meet a Shaper Volta.
She's waiting below. You won't see an Orzammar dwarf on the surface. They have rules about that.
How many quakes have there been since you arrived?
At least 3 big rumblers. And the aftershocks are nothing to sneeze at. My feet miss solid ground.
Josephine's report mentioned several lyrium mines were damaged by the quakes.
You'll see what's left of this one on your way down. From what I hear, the other mines are barely holding together.
So you haven't seen any darkspawn up here?
I sharpened my arrows just in case, but they never showed. I'm okay with that.
It's hardly the time for a lyrium shortage. Orzammar's mines need all the protection they can get.
I'd offer to go with you, but someone should keep watch. Plus, I could use the sun, if this storm ever clears. The lift's ready for you. try not to shift around, and keep back from the edge. It's a long way down.
This reminds me of a story.
Shocking.
It's about an impossibly handsome dwarf and his friend who got crowned King of the Nugs.
A Nug King. Really?
It's not as good as it sounds. Nugs mostly just shit on the floor and roll in it. Welcome to the Deep Roads.
We should be wary of raw lyrium.
I'm more worried about finding Darkspawn.
Neither is a pleasing prospect.
Dwarves cannot dream, yet they devise the most fascinating inventions.
Not all ideas come from the Fade.
True, but these designs must be inspired by something.
Korut, Magirl, Nalfric, your names will not be forgotten.
You must be Shaper Volta.
A trustful Inquisitor.
Ładną
The Shaper
zbroję.
welcomes you to the Deep Roads.
You look as though you're hiding from something.
As a citizen of Orzammar, even a glimpse of your sky could cost me my position and render me castless.
Gotta love real dwarves.
What does a Shaper do exactly?
We chronicle the life and times of our people.
You're historians.
Also scholars and genealogists. Shapers preserve knowledge in the memories, an archive in Orzammar. We record memories in Lyrium to ensure they never fade. We must be meticulous in every detail.
A difficult task.
How many dwarves have you lost?
More than we can count. The mining caste has suffered greatly. Our situation has worsened since we contacted Skyhold. The quakes collapsed this mine and shattered a seal, keeping the Darkspawn at bay. The Legion of the Dead hasn't been able to mend the broken seal, and we can't afford to lose any more lyrium.
What will happen if we lose more lyrium mines?
The surface needs lyrium for all sorts of magic. The Inquisition more than most, I understand. And Orzammar's economy relies on the lyrium trade. Without it, there will be chaos above and below.
Orzammar deals with Darkspawn all the time. Why request the Inquisition's help?
The Legion isn't prepared for this level of disaster, and the Grey Wardens haven't answered our calls for aid. Any threat to the flow of lyrium requires immediate response. The Inquisition is the only force we can rely upon.
The Inquisition stands ready to aid Orzammar. Without a steady lyrium supply, things on the surface will get even worse.
Apologies for pushing you. I fear the damage that tremor caused. Follow me to the Legion camp.
A ciekawe, które tu są, tutaj tu są DLC-ki w tej grze. Może jakiegoś DLC-ka robię, czy nie? Nie wiem sam w sumie. Nawet nie wiem, jakie tu są DLC.
Keep your eyes open. These roads are dangerous.
Jakby to powiedział Obelix, tutaj jesteśmy bezpieczni i niebo nam na głowę nie spadnie, tak?
I hate the deep roads.
To mnie w tą stronę, chłopie, kurwa, biegniesz. Ja to chyba za wcześnie przyszedłem.
Just returning the favor.
If the ogre reached this point, the Legion must be overwhelmed. Let us hurry.
Coś mi się wydaje, że ja to chyba za wcześnie zacząłem. Chociaż... Oj tam. Najwyżej.
I will never get used to the stench of darkspawn. They corrupt everything, even the air. That's the broken seal ahead. It is worse than I thought.
Chociaż pewnie będzie można stąd wyjść jak coś, teraz jak jest obóz. Najwyżej później tu wrócić. Nie wiem, czy ja się nie przerobię na broń dwuręczną.
Get those charges to the tunnels! Someone prime the sodding fuses!
We can't lose this position! Hurry!
Can't set the charges with those bastards breathing down our necks! Keep it up! The seal's clear! Prime the charges!
Now! Set the charges!
jebło. Brawo.
Inquisitor, meet Lieutenant Wren, a veteran of the 5th Flight and one of the Legion's finest commanders.
Someone paid her to say that. Appreciate the help, Inquisitor. Collapsing that seal bought us time. Blighters had the run of these tunnels for days. Now they have a roadblock.
How many deep roads are there? How deep do they go?
They'll take you from one side of Thetis to the other, if you have a death wish.
The roads once connected dwarven cities that were hundreds of miles apart. Then came the Darkspawn. Ren and I have been exploring this region, reclaiming it, but the work is slow.
Mark the map, fight an army. Mark the map, fall in a hole. And so on.
I get the impression you two have known each other a while.
Yeah. The Shaper had sent her to dig up some relics. Asked me to keep her out of trouble. That was 3 years ago.
You can quit any time.
Not when we still have things to fight about.
The Legion of the Dead has the Inquisition's full support.
That's the best news I've heard since the quakes began. Actually, the only good news.
Take cover!
You heard that, yes? The rhythm in the tremors? It's clearer, stronger, more insistent.
I hear it. Doesn't prove a thing.
These quakes are not a natural disaster. They're deliberate. There's an intelligence behind them.
If something is causing them, the strength required would be incredible. What could do that?
Here we go.
I found an ancient text during an expedition with Ren last year. At the time, it was just a curiosity. But now? The text describes giant creatures, called Titans, living deep underground. They sing in the stone, shaping it. When these quakes began, I believe we heard that rhythm. I believe a Titan is causing all this destruction.
Chcę sprawdzić. Ciekawe, jakie to są DLC-ki. Może ja DLC-ka teraz robię. Szczęki Hakona. Inkwizycja Intrus. Stąpienie Szczęki Hakona. To nie jest DLC chyba.
I've never heard of Titans before. What else can you tell me about them?
The text I found predated the First Blight. Its pages had mostly rotted away. And there's no mention of the Titans in Orzamar's memories.
Which tells you something.
All I heard was an earthquake. How is it you and Ren hear a rhythm?
Our people have a strong connection to the stone. We feel it in a way topsiders cannot.
Shapers have great stone sense. And Volta's better than most. She never gets lost.
You speak of the stone like it's more than walls.
The stone is eternal. She was here before us, and remains after we die.
But the stone isn't your god.
We don't worship her, but we do respect and honor her.
The stone makes us strong, and we return that strength to her when we die. It's difficult to express in words.
In my experience, no explanation is too strange to consider.
For all we know, that text you found was a bedtime story. We can't be sure until we find the source.
The rhythm I sense in the quakes is emanating from somewhere far below. The stone will lead us there.
And if it comes to a fight, that'll be our job. There's a lift at the side passage nearby. Ready when you are.
O, to coś innego jeszcze. Spoko. Ale to tym zajmiemy się jutro. Ja uciekam. Dobranoc i do jutra. Trzymajcie się, papa.